already injuries that you could document before shocking. Raheem had cuts to his forehead, and he also had some cuts to the back of his shoulder. They appeared to be two parallel lines, two small parallel lines. And if you match that up to the autopsy photos, it was clear that that punch knife was very, very likely to be the object that caused these injuries to Raheem.
Police wanted to know, how did he get these stab wounds? Why was he stabbed? Sierra never mentioned that she was the one who was stabbed.
Domestic violence has become that kind of way in America where, we almost assume that the male is the aggressor and the female is the victim. Raheem had been shot 6 days prior. At this point, police need to get Sierra's side of the story.
Coming up, a new witness emerges.
I remember crying out for help because the girl was still in the apartment.
Suddenly, there's another person that was in the apartment that night, and that person might have seen something.
And a twisted cover-up is revealed.
I told them that they need to find a cell phone.
He probably stabbed himself, but I didn't stab him.
Though the shooting death of Raheem Grant was originally believed to be an act of self-defense, new clues now suggest the case might not be so simple.
He had received injuries. He had a cut on his head. He had injuries to his arms, and those would be injuries that would not normally be from an aggressor in this type of altercation. It would be consistent if he was alleging self-defense. The injuries that he had received, that leads to questions of, was it actual murder? Was it possibly manslaughter?
On January 4th, 6 days after the shooting, investigators are finally able to speak with the woman they believe shot Raheem, the mother of his child, Sierra Park.
She was released from the hospital. She was living with her mother. At this point, she was a witness. We're working on a self-defense theory. So it was a voluntary interview.
Can you tell me exactly what happened?
I don't remember how anything started. I remember cooking dinner and him drinking and taking 3 dinners because I had nothing. And when he doesn't take anything, he's fine, he's happy. And he took it anyway, so I need to be on guard. And meaning, like, not to upset him or anything like that because he was very good.
Sierra described Raheem as violent, had beaten her for years.
I just remember cooking, and then he told me to go in the room because he had to take care of some business. And I remember seeing a girl sitting on the couch.
Sierra told detectives that Raheem had a friend come over that night from the gym. Her name was Elise Jones. Police at that point became interested because suddenly there's another person that was in the apartment that night, and that person might have seen something.
And he came in, and he said something, and I said, I can't hear what you're saying. The music is too loud because he didn't want to hear. He didn't want the girl to hear what he was saying, and then he hit me. And he slapped me, and he started punching me.
Sierra said that she had a knife holster down at her ankle, and that's where she always kept her knife. And she said during the course of the fight, the knife fell out, and Raheem was able to grab it and start stabbing her.
And I remember crying out for help because the girl was still in the apartment. And he kept saying, shut the F up, shut the F up. And I kept saying, he should ask me for help. And she got up off the couch and said, she never going to
Sometime after Elise left, Sierra claimed that Raheem flew into a rage. She claimed that she was crying and the blood was running into her face and she was blinded at that point. Raheem had a gun on him that, according to Sierra, he carried all the time. She was able to grab the gun and she just started firing the gun.
I couldn't see anything. I just started shooting.
She didn't know if she had hit him. but she knew that he'd stopped coming at her.
I remember turning around and I saw my daughter and I grabbed her and I just ran. And then I woke up in the hospital.
During the course of her interview, she was behaving relatively normally. She seemed credible.
Still, detectives press Sierra about some evidence that doesn't fit her story.
There was an autopsy done, and there were stab wounds on it.
But I didn't stab him.
So could you explain to me where the stab wounds come from?
He probably stabbed himself, but I didn't stab him.
He probably stabbed
I
himself.
didn't stab him.
Something else that's troubling to me. The way he was shot. I guess I'm trying to get it. You know, he was shot at the top of the head.
The blood evidence showed to me that Raheem sustained that as he was laying face down on the floor. When he sustained that wound, that created that blood spatter against that wall. And she says, he's attacking me, but you can't attack someone when you're laying face down on the floor.
So, how did he get shot in the head?
I don't know. I cannot answer that question. I don't know. I just know I was trying to get away.
Hole on the top of his head, that gunshot wound, that always bothered me. The blood spatter on the wall coming from that wound. It takes thousands of puzzle pieces to put together a puzzle. I only needed one at that point. And that one piece of the puzzle showed me what she was saying wasn't true.
Without hard evidence to contradict Sierra's story of self-defense, investigators let her go and tracked down Elise Jones for questioning.
She said that she had shown up with Raheem and got a feel that there was some tension in the air. She told police that Raheem had gotten up and gone into the back bedroom with Sierra, that she perceived that perhaps they were about to have an argument.
She sends Raheem a text saying, hey, I'm out of here. That text came in at 10:26. Less than 30 minutes later, Raheem is dead.
That told us at that moment, that last text message, we knew that Raheem hadn't been shot. The timeline that Elise gave us was inconsistent with what Sierra told police. She never heard anybody hit anyone. She never heard anyone say they were getting a gun or getting a knife or anything like that. Yet again, we have another lie coming from Sierra, who's trying to manipulate the situation.
After speaking with Elise, detectives focused their investigation on learning more about Raheem and Sierra's history together.
The neighbor had suspected that there had been a domestic between her and Raheem, not because she knew anything about it, but just because of the circumstances. That night, also, Sierra made those allegations during her interview that Raheem was violent with her in the past. We weren't able to substantiate any of those allegations.
There was fighting going on, somebody would have been calling the police. There would be some record of that happening on a regular basis. But I have never heard of anything like that while I worked there.
Digging through records, investigators discover something that once again calls Sierra's account into question.
Sierra actually signed over the rights to Raheem. We had the piece of paper that showed that. She signed all rights over to Raheem so that he could have full custody. Why Sierra did that, I don't know.
Detectives circle back to Raheem's mother, Geraldine Grant, for more intel on the status of her son's relationship with Sierra.
We had to go to court in January to try to get the final custody. She came over because Angel's birthday was in November. And that's when she was crying and saying she had lost her job. And the young lady that she was living with put her out. And we was like, well, you know, if Sierra leaves, we can't get in touch with her, then the whole case is going to be just voided. So we needed to keep her close.
He wants it government approved. He wants documents to say that he is the father and he has custody of her. So he wanted to appease her during this time so that he can get custody of the baby.
According to Geraldine, in December, as Raheem prepared for his upcoming tour, Sierra's behavior became increasingly erratic.
Raheem's mom tells police that Sierra is very jealous, and she tells them that she has instructed Raheem to pull out his cell phone whenever she acts up and start recording.
And I told them that they need to find a cell phone. And they said, we had a cell phone, we have it. And then I told them they needed to look at his cell phone because he keeps a cloud. And if he was doing anything, it was recorded on his cell phone.
Coming up, detectives unlock damning evidence.
Sierra's in the background, screaming and yelling, and then you hear a shot ring out. Once they got to watch those videos, that's when the truth really started to come.
And Raheem Grant's final moments come into grim focus.
Y'all see this? This bitch did to me.
After a month of investigating the shooting death of Raheem Grant, investigators believe they might have footage of his last moments in their evidence locker that could be damning to Sierra Harp's claim of self-defense.
At that point in time, investigators wanted to know, was there any recordings on Raheem Grant's phone? No one knew the passcode. For weeks, the police department could not get into Raheem's cell phone. There are multiple law enforcement tools that will extract what is on a cell phone and put it into a report. Unfortunately, not all cell phones can be broken. As that phone just sat there, nobody in the world knew exactly what happened except for Sierra Hart, and she didn't tell anybody.
While techs attempt to unlock Raheem's phone, authorities begin learning more about Sierra Harp. Born on January 1st, 1989, Sierra Harp always struggled to find her place.
Sierra was a troubled child. She didn't follow rules well. She would skip school. She would fight people. Some of Sierra's siblings said, my mother. She ran a tight ship. She wanted you to do right.
As she entered her teenage years, Sierra continued to rebel.
She always kept a knife for Pop. She told me that she had got kicked out of school for stabbing somebody over a boy.
She had allegations of impropriety against a high school teacher that were later determined to be unfounded. Claimed that she had been molested by either a relative or a neighbor or something like that. That proved to be unfounded.
She would tell me little stories that made me wonder. She was like, well, I couldn't stand my stepfather. I didn't like my sister because her husband, it was always a man. She always wanted these men and they didn't want her.
She was pregnant with Raheem's baby. When I ended up exchanging words with Raheem, I said, bro, you just don't understand what you're dealing with. You dancing with the devil. She gonna get you hurt. She gonna do something to yourself.
While details of Sierra's past raise plenty of suspicion, investigators still don't have the necessary evidence to charge her with murder.
If someone acted in self-defense, then that person acted lawfully. Even as tragically as it is that someone else is dead, you can't arrest someone who acted in self-defense.
Their only hope is Raheem's cell phone.
Detectives actually called Sierra up and said, hey, we're about ready to close this case. The one thing that's left to remain, though, we'd like to get into Raheem's phone and see if there's any further evidence, but there's a passcode on it. Do you happen to know what that passcode is? And she gave them the passcode to get into the phone. Once they got to watch those videos, that's when the truth really started to come.
Nearly 2 months after Raheem's death, a clear picture of his last moments finally comes into focus.
There were 4 videos of the murder right there in front of us.
The first video started at 10:27. Less than a minute after Elise left.
Y'all see this? This bitch did to me. Look at this light. Y'all see this? Y'all see all this? That's Sierra Hart did.
And he's showing all of his injuries on his face. And Sierra's in the background screaming and yelling, and then you hear a shot ring out. It hit the bathroom mirror. Another shot breaks free. And Raheem drops the phone, you hear him grunt in pain. And we're assuming that shot hit him in the back. And that's when Sierra comes into the photo because the phone drops on the floor, camera up, and Sierra's standing over the camera, yelling at Raheem, and is just completely losing her mind, screaming at him in pure, unadulterated rage. The video showed that self-defense wasn't really what was on it.
You have beat me and tortured me and all the above. I don't give a what happened to you.
He has been shot, but still he manages to remain calm. He says, "I'm going to die. I'm going to die." And she seems to suggest that, yes, you are. Also, Sierra had told police that she had been attacked, had been stabbed in her legs. On the video, she's upright. She doesn't appear to be stabbed.
We were able to take still shots from the video itself and compare them to photographs from the hospital, and we could see a clear difference between the two of them. The left leg, pants were completely intact. There was no blood on them. And actually, she had the pant leg pulled up to the point to expose the tattoo on her calf. There was no injury to the tattoo. So you could tell that that wound occurred after the video had been taken. Raheem is doing a lot of talking, asking for a bottle of water, asking her to let him go see the baby, and that's when the first video ends.
Then they go to the second video.
I love you and you did me wrong.
You can't see any injuries, but she's got blood on her face. During this, Raheem is essentially on the floor. He's bleeding out. It's one of those moments where you step back, take a deep breath, and put everything in your mind into a completely different perspective. That no longer is this the normal behavior of a domestic abuse victim. This is manipulative behavior of a murder. What hit me the hardest is toward the end, he pleads to just be able to give his daughter a hug. I think at this point in time, he knows that he's not making it past this night. He wants to kiss Angel, and she says, "You can crawl to her, mother." And she shoots him twice. At that point, you hear him grunt out in pain. And that's when that video stops. Pick back up to the third video. You actually hear a child's voice in the background say, "Daddy, Daddy." You can actually hear Angel calling for her father. And I think that was the final one that really put Sierra over the top. And that sixth gunshot, you don't hear any more movement. You don't hear any grunts from Raheem. It was a coup de grace. She stood over him and fired that final round into the top of his head as he laid on the ground.
There was no threat. There was no danger there. He was on the ground. He was incapacitated, and she still fired.
At that point, we were confident that we had a really good murder case.
Coming up, to convince a jury, prosecutors must separate fact from fiction.
It's not that we don't believe women are victims of domestic abuse. We did not believe this particular one.
They were worried about the narrative that Sierra had spent about him being violent.
She just thought she could outsmart the system.
On February 22nd, 2018, authorities in Clayton County, Georgia arrest 29-year-old Sierra Hart for the murder of Raheem Grant after discovering video evidence of his horrific murder.
I've seen a lot of evil in my career, but I've never seen evil documented like that. Her second interview is far more interesting. That's when they confront her with the video. When the first gunshot goes off, she covers her face, and she just has this "oh my God" look on her face, despite obvious evidence that what she said happened didn't actually happen. She sticks to her self-defense story until they end the interview. Maybe she had convinced herself that her story was correct, which I think is possible. Maybe she had told that story enough that she believed it to be true.
In May 2019, Sierra's claims of self-defense are tested during her murder trial.
Our theory is she pulled the knife that she admitted she always carries. and started swinging it around, and that's when Raheem received those superficial wounds to his face. That's when he picked up his phone and went into the bathroom and started video recording and showing everybody that could see the video what she had done to him. I think when she realized that now he was documenting the injury she inflicted upon him and she would have to explain that, that's when she pulled his 380 out and she shot him.
Sierra's defense team does their best to combat the video evidence.
The defense strategy was twofold. Number one, it was to claim self-defense, that night she was acting in self-defense. The other strategy was to combine that with a battered person syndrome.
What Georgia law says is you can use self-defense when it's reasonable to, if you believe you need to defend your life upon imminent injury. What's important is if it's reasonable. That's where a battered woman's defense comes into play, because it examines whether or not that belief was reasonable or not. You could argue that maybe her reaction was excessive, but in the context of somebody who's experienced multiple traumas, past abuse, that reaction is justified and needed.
Those closest to Raheem and Sierra paint a different picture on the witness stand.
Sierra was never crazy. She was always a person that thought out carefully what she did.
Everything she did was logical. She was logical in that she stabbed herself afterward to try to make it look like self-defense. She grabbed Raheem's cell phone and ran with Raheem's cell phone. The 4 videos, approximately 13 minutes long, mostly show her, and the whole time she was screaming about how he has beaten her, all the things that he has done to her. I kept thinking, this is a movie. As I'm watching in court, this is a movie, but it was real. It was horrific. It was horrible. In her mind, this rant that she goes on in the video is going to further show the investigators how much of a victim she was.
She just thought she could outsmart the system. Everybody wanted to say, she looked innocent.
Prosecutors had to be worried about the narrative that Sierra had spent about him being violent, that he had abused her. Because she's in this video screaming about, you abused me for 4 years.
It's not that we don't believe women are victims of domestic abuse. We did not believe this particular woman. Maybe she didn't cold-blooded kill him like she just did. So we went to great lengths to make sure that the public knew, hey, your district attorney's office is here to represent you, but we will represent true victims. Sierra Harp was not a victim in this case. Raheem Grant was the victim.
On May 22nd, Sierra Harp's cries of self-defense to the jury go unheard, and she is found guilty of 6 counts of aggravated assault and malice murder.
I think the video it provided the backdrop was it would rebut any type of defense that her team would try to put up. A jury would be able to see what a defense lawyer would say might have happened that night, but the jury actually saw, when we provided those videos, what did happen that night, and that's rare. Raheem deserves a lot of the credit. Raheem solved his murder for me. I don't know if justice can ever be served on a case like this. It's not just justice for Raheem, it's justice for Angel. Angel was robbed of her mother and her father in one night.
Angel feel a little bit better. But she misses her dad every day and she talks about him every day. And her thing is, I don't know why would she kill my dad, and he was a great dad.
I guess the biggest tragedy is we'll never know. We'll never know fully what we lost. We don't know what kind of career he would have had. We don't know what impact he would have had on Angel.
I want Raheem to be remembered as a great son, great father, great person, and let the world know that he was about being there for others and he loved his daughter.
Sierra Harp is currently serving her 125-year sentence in Pulaski State Prison. Raheem and Sierra's daughter is being raised by Raheem's mother.
The disappearance of a well-known couple grips a small southern town.
Everyone believed that they were at some risk, not knowing if this was a random act or if there was something very intentional here.
With each passing day, the horror grows.
There was scanner traffic about human remains found on the Blue Ridge Parkway.
When you have a body that has been dismembered and burned, that speaks to a high degree of malice.
She said that he just got irate, that they got into this fight.
She looked like a woman who'd been through hell.
After a string of gruesome discoveries, a family's darkest secrets are revealed.
At that time, I believe he denied the affair.
She had agreed to pay the money back. I think it was about $60,000.
There was no hiding the dislike for each other.
It was shocking. I mean, the entire courtroom was shocked.
Particularly when just got real.
Friday, March 26, 2004. The sheriff's office in Henderson County, North Carolina, receives a call from a woman who says she wants to file a missing persons report. The woman says it's been 2 days since she's been able to reach her close friend, 48-year-old Don Gash.
She shared with friends and family that she was concerned about his whereabouts because they talked frequently and visited with each other frequently, and he was nowhere to be found.
There was no more communication from him, so they became more and more concerned.
The woman tells deputies it's not like Don to go off the grid.
Don Gash was the fire chief of the Etowah Volunteer Fire Department, a community icon. You'd see him at the convenience store. You'd see him at the Friday night high school football game.
Don Gash was a good guy, served his community, loved the kids' community, did things to help other people, always friendly. He's just not a guy that's going to disappear and stay missing.
Sheriff's investigators open the missing persons case and begin a search for Don.
At that time, there really wasn't a whole lot of leads that we could follow up on. We had decided to do the health welfare check that Saturday morning. We approached the home and were greeted by Don Gash, the son.
When detectives ask to speak with Don's wife, Gail, they learn that Don Sr. isn't the only one missing.
When we arrived and spoke with Don Jr., he said he didn't know where his mom was.
Don Gash said that he had last seen his father on Thursday evening and had not spoken with him since then, and then had seen his mother, Gail Gash, the following morning, Friday morning, and she was asleep. Later, after he worked, he also noticed that his own car was missing.
But 31-year-old Don Jr. assumes that his mom must have borrowed it without asking, something that wasn't out of the ordinary.
He was cooperative, but he didn't have as much information as they thought he should have about his parents' whereabouts. He said that he wouldn't see them for a couple of days at a time.
Investigators ask permission to expand their search efforts.
They had a large amount of acreage, and Mr. Gash, the son, allowed them to look all over the property.
As police canvass the property, Don Jr. calls his sister, 27-year-old Leslie Gash.
My brother had called and said that the police had shown up, mom was missing and dad was missing, and he was really freaking out. And I kind of get, woke up by that. So I'm kind of like, oh my gosh, what? Panic. I don't know anything specific, just kind of like, I need to get up there. There are no words to describe what that morning, what I was feeling. I threw a bunch of stuff together real quickly and left and got on the road.
Born in 1955, Donald Larry Gash came from tumultuous beginnings.
He grew up in the Mills River Horseshoe area of Henderson County.
He was actually born out of wedlock, and was adopted by his biological aunt and her husband. It was really tough in that house. There was some pretty rough physical abuse between his parents that he witnessed.
Despite tensions at home, Don grew into a well-adjusted teenager, active in sports and Future Farmers of America.
He was outgoing. He had a lot of really close friends who played football. He was definitely involved in stuff.
In high school, Don became infatuated with a popular classmate named Gail Hutchinson. The youngest of 3 daughters, Gail was raised in a strict religious household.
She wasn't allowed to go to the movies. If church was open, she was to be at church.
But when she fell for Don Gash, Gail threw caution to the wind.
They started dating in high school. He was a football player and she was a cheerleader. My mom got pregnant her senior year and my dad's junior year. It was not an option for them to not get married. So they went to the magistrate in Greenville, South Carolina and got married.
In October 1972, the newlyweds welcomed Don Jr. into their family. Their daughter Leslie was born 4.5 years later, and the young family moved onto the 21-acre cattle farm where Don grew up, soon joined by Gail's mom.
My grandmother ended up having a trailer on the back of our property.
Gail stayed home to raise the kids, while Don punched the clock at the local paper mill.
He made pretty good money because he had worked there 15 years, and he was a part of the union. So, I wouldn't say super well off, but we were comfortable.
But in 1984, those lighthearted days were suddenly cut short by a tragic event.
My mom's trailer caught on fire when I was in 2nd grade. My grandmother, at the end of her life, became an alcoholic. She passed out with a cigarette in her hand, and that's how the fire started.
Don ran out there and got his mother-in-law out of the mobile home while it was on fire. Unfortunately, it was a little too late, and the injuries that she has sustained prior to him getting her out, she died from. For Don, he felt like that if he could have got there just a minute earlier or something like that, it may have turned out different. Gail just kind of took a down spiral.
She blamed herself and that her mother couldn't be saved. It seems like that changed her as a person from there on out.
When her highs were high, it was really great. When her lows were low, they were very low.
3 years later, in 1987, more bad news struck the family.
Don wasn't able to work. He had developed a tumor on his spine.
At the very beginning, when he was diagnosed, it was kind of like, wow, this is probably going to kill you. And then it was like, okay, well, we can do surgery. This could paralyze you. I remember being a little kid and, being nosy and finding one of my mom's journals and just kind of, how scary that was for her, how scary that was for my dad.
Surgeons successfully removed the tumor, but the operation left Don permanently disabled.
After that, he could work a little bit, but he could not extensively work over time. He couldn't sustain the physical kind of work that he was used to doing. He tried to farm a little cattle and, tried to make ends meet the best way he could.
Things definitely changed after my dad went out of work after the surgery. I definitely saw, a struggle.
To help keep up with the mounting bills, Gail decided to go back to school, and in 1991, she earned her bachelor's degree.
She ended up going to UNCA, which is University in Asheville, North Carolina, and she got a degree in psychology.
Mrs. Gash, she had several different jobs throughout the community. Department of Social Services. She worked for a law firm.
As Gail thrived in her newfound career, Don followed his own passion and became an assistant football coach. He also spent more time at the firehouse.
I saw Don compensate by doing things that he was still able to do. The fire prevention program was near and dear to his heart, mostly because I think what had happened with his mother-in-law.
We spent a lot of time with youth football, his farming, little businesses, his cattle, his hay, and the volunteer fire department. That right there would take up a good bit of your time.
By the end of 2003, after 30 years of marriage, it seemed Don and Gail had successfully weathered all the adversity thrown in their path. However, when no one can reach the couple in March of 2004, worried family and friends believed they might be in danger.
Don had been missing for a while. Gail was also missing, and that became even more confusing for the overall picture because we truly didn't understand what was going on.
I literally don't remember the job there because it was like a hamster on a wheel. It was just question after question after question.
Law enforcement were very motivated to work to find out what had happened.
Coming up, desperation grows with one terrifying development after the next.
It certainly looked as though somebody had made some effort to hide that they had done something.
We're looking for somewhere a body could be.
It was a large human torso with the head, arms, legs all cut off.
It was a lot to take in, a lot to try to absorb, and still at the same time going, this can't be real.
March 27, 2004. There's a mystery brewing in Henderson County, North Carolina. Both Fire Chief Don Gash and his wife Gail have vanished without a trace.
We have more than one missing person. It just caused a great degree of anxiety because I think everyone believed, that maybe they were at some risk, not knowing if this was a random act or if there's something very intentional here.
By now, a team of deputies has fanned out across the 21-acre Gash property looking for the missing couple and any clues to their disappearance.
Don Jr. allowed them to enter the house and search all throughout the house, allowed them to go back all over the property.
We're looking for somewhere a body could be or a person could be hiding.
Widening their search, another team heads over to the Gash's barn, about 100 yards behind the house.
Detectives located the vehicle Don Gash would be driving. That vehicle was found with the keys in the ignition in the on position. The truck was discovered was behind this barn. Anybody that would drive even to the barn would not have seen this truck had they not walked behind the barn and observed it there. It certainly looked as though somebody had made some effort to hide the fact that Don was gone.
Detectives noticed something else near the barn.
There was evidence of some sort of a burn pile of some description, which is not unusual with debris that gets cleared and that kind of thing.
Inside the barn itself, investigators search for anything out of the ordinary.
The barn probably had seen better days, not necessarily kept very clean, but it was functioning for the animals that they had.
In the barn area, there's a tub that was located in one of those large rubber storage containers.
A deputy opens the lid to reveal something straight out of a horror film.
It was a large human torso with the head, arms, legs all cut off. They could observe that those limbs had been severed with a sharp instrument.
Investigators are able to discern that the victim is male, with a large, unique scar on his back.
It was partially scorched, looked like somebody had tried to burn the torso and was unsuccessful because, it takes a lot of heat to destroy that much flesh.
With With the discovery of a body, police stopped down further investigation.
We backed off, and at that point, I was designated to go write the search warrant.
As authorities secure the scene, Leslie Gash steps right into a nightmare.
I'm coming up on the edge of our property. I see sheriff's deputy vehicles and like police cars and just a lot of people in uniform and everything at my house. And it was, yeah. Pardon my language, just got real. Because I didn't know what it was, but I knew whatever that was that I was saying was not good.
Suspecting that the mutilated corpse is Don Gash Sr., investigators ask if Don had any distinguishing physical characteristics.
He had a pretty good-sized scar on his back. It was still really wrong. Kenneth Gaddy for the sheriff's department, he told me that they had found my father's torso on the property. And they knew it was him because of the scar on his back. And after that, it's fog, haze.
With Don Sr. presumed as their victim, investigators turn their attention to his wife.
Everybody wanted to find out, where was Gail Gash? Was she a suspect, or was she also a victim?
It was a lot to take in, a lot to try to absorb, and still at the same time going, this can't be real. Where's Mom now? We need answers, and we really weren't getting them.
As investigators broaden their search perimeter, they make a key discovery.
The car that was known to be driven by Don Edward Gash's son was located in a cemetery probably a half a mile walking distance from the house. When they looked in the car, there appeared to be blood on the seat and the steering wheel. Keys weren't in it. Who was driving that car? Where are they now? Why would they park it away from the house rather than at the house? Don Gash, the son, told investigators that his mother was the one he thought had driven that car. Was she abducted from this car, or is she hiding? Nobody knew.
As investigators begin processing the vehicle for prints and DNA, a search party steps off into the nearby woods.
We had used both patrol canines and bloodhounds to track and find someone that's missing. We had enough boots on the ground, so to speak, that we were able to cover all the ground between where the car was and the residence.
When the search fails to yield leads, investigators call Don Sr.'s children to the station and put them through critical questioning.
That's when it kind of started with wanting to separate me and my brother and start asking us questions and assuming all of this stuff. And it was just, it was really disheartening and instantly made me angry. Put me against my mom, put me against my dad, put me against my brother, vice versa. I just want to find out what's going on. We want to help.
While investigators work to clear Leslie, they are becoming more concerned with her brother, Don Jr.
At the time he told us that he had been there at the home the whole week, it didn't make sense that someone could be there every day and not have at least had some concern that something had happened.
He said that he would not see his parents for days at a time while he is living in this house. Why would his dad go off for a couple of days at a time when there's cows and things, on this property that he maintained and took care of?
There were things that didn't add up with what he was saying. His behavior that day led the investigators at the time to take DNA and fingerprints.
As detectives look for other possible leads, news of the brutal murder spreads through town.
I think the overall reaction of it was just, no way. Disbelief, kind of shock. What the heck's going on?
It's like, why? Why would someone do that? The Don that I knew would never provoke such an incident. There was no way that I could imagine that he would have caused such rage in anybody to do something like that.
The shock felt through the community is also accompanied by fear.
That's just not a crime that you expect to see anywhere, and not really in this area.
When you have a body that has been dismembered and burned, that speaks to a high degree of malice. That's what I think causes a high amount of concern to the community. This was a very mean-spirited crime, and they were wondering if this person or persons are still at large and if that others would be at risk.
Coming up, as the search heats up, everything cops think they know about the Gash family is about to be turned upside down.
It was obvious that they were having trouble making ends meet.
May have been a lot more problems in the relationship than the public knew about.
That was just mortifying. Just mortifying.
On March 27, 2004, the discovery of Don Gash's torso stashed in his own cow barn has all of Henderson County clamoring for answers.
People want to know if the murder had something to do with his work as a firefighter, or what else was happening and occurring in his life that would have brought about this turn of events.
Adding to the mystery, Don's wife Gail is still missing. Hoping for more leads, investigators dig into the couple's home life.
May have been a lot more problems in the relationship than the public knew about. People around in this area, they don't air their dirty laundry. They keep things to themselves.
As a husband, you could tell that Don had some challenges there.
There was a common suspicion in the family about Don's relationship with a close family friend.
My dad and her literally spent all their time together. Because my mom worked when I was in high school, a lot of the time she couldn't come to my events. But my dad always brought her, and actually people thought that was my mom.
Gail was aware, and she actually confronted Don, and at that time, I believe he denied the affair.
It was never 100% confirmed by anybody. My mom was definitely uncomfortable by it, because they were literally together all the time. And then after a while, it was embarrassing.
About 4 years before their disappearance, Don and Gail started sleeping apart.
First, they tried to blame it on my mom snoring and my dad grinding his teeth. Of course, that's why they're sleeping in separate rooms. And then it just kind of became that's what it was. My mom slept in the room, my dad slept on like the pull-out sofa. And then that's how it was up until everything happened.
Investigators also discover that Gail's suspicion of infidelity wasn't the only problem plaguing their marriage.
My parents had gotten behind on their mortgage. My mom didn't want my dad to lose the property. And she made a really terrible decision.
Dawn wasn't making a lot of money, so Gail ended up taking on multiple jobs. She took one job in particular at a milk plant, and while she was working at that particular job, she began stealing money from the organization.
I believe she was the administrative assistant for the president. She got a new vehicle, we got a new stove, some things we needed for the house.
Subsequently, she was caught and charged with obtaining property by false pretense.
That was just mortifying. Just mortifying.
She had fully confessed to her involvement in doing that, and I think it was about $60,000. Don did what he could to help pay off Gail's debt, but it wasn't enough. And it was obvious that they were having trouble making ends meet.
It was then, in 2001, that the already strained marriage plunged to an all-time low.
There was no hiding the dislike for each other. There was no hiding my dad being up till 1 and 2 in the morning on the phone for several hours. At that point, it just kind of became like, well, who cares?
Armed with a deeper understanding of Don Sr.'s personal life, Investigators reach out to the alleged mistress, who was the first to report Dawn missing. The woman denies having an affair with Dawn, but admits they were very close friends.
She had last had telephone communication with Dawn the night before he was likely murdered. Her alibi was that she was home. She was quickly ruled out as having had any motive in his death or disappearance.
However, the woman has a message from Dawn to share with detectives.
Dawn had told her that if he ever went missing or ever was killed, to suspect his wife and his son.
It's a stunning accusation, but before investigators can track the new lead, they receive word of a grisly new development 30 miles away.
Limbs and a head were found off the Blue Ridge Parkway. They could observe that those limbs had been severed with a sharp instrument.
Knowing what we'd already heard in the community about the fire chief, and then the subsequent rumor that his wife was missing as well, it seemed to be that it was all adding up to an obvious conclusion.
The remains found on the parkway are collected by crime scene investigators. On March 29th, 2 days after the search for the gashes began, the body parts are analyzed and confirmed to be a match to Dawn Gash.
In looking at the head, the medical examiner was able to determine that Dawn Gash had died of blunt force trauma. His skull was fractured. He had received multiple blows to his head and face area.
Serrated marks suggest the body was dismembered with a saw.
The medical examiner determined that any of the burning and that any of the severing of limbs, all of that was done post-mortem.
Though the autopsy provides more context for Dawn's murder, investigators are no closer to knowing who killed him. Plus, they've still found no sign of Gail Gash.
There was no indication that she had been killed, but there was also no indication yet that she was alive.
Gail Gash was missing. The car that she had been thought or believed to be driving was found, within a half mile of their house, and so investigators went just broadened the search of the area.
Investigators secure a search warrant for the Gash property and surrounding areas. On March 30th, they execute an intensive search.
They began looking for signs of human life around there, and that's what led them to a neighbor's crawl space, and they located her.
After more than 3 days of searching, police have finally found the second half of this missing couple.
She was in a crawl space under a storage shed, and she was wrapped in a blanket.
Coming up, a discovery of evidence leaves investigators stunned.
They turned over the mattress and found copious amounts of what appeared to be human blood.
There was an intake of breath at the moment when we first saw it because it was just so overwhelming.
On March 30th, 3 days after the discovery of Dawn Gash's dismembered torso, investigators have finally found his wife Gail. And she's alive.
She was found hiding under a neighbor's crawl space. The neighbor had no idea that's where she had been. She said she had been there since the Saturday before.
She was in bad shape. She was cold and dirty, and all indications that she had not been back to her home.
She had been in the elements for several days. I don't know how she sustained herself, but she looked like a woman who'd been through hell.
Based on the conditions in which she was found, investigators doubt Gail was anyone's victim.
It didn't look like she had been placed there against her will or anything like that. It was somewhere where she could go in and out of. but it clearly looked like she had been hiding.
Sometimes people hide because they've been traumatized so much they don't know who to trust. But certainly a vast number of people that hide from law enforcement is because they've committed a crime.
Though investigators are incredibly suspicious of Gail's involvement in her husband's murder, they won't be receiving any answers from her straight away.
She was, I think, suffering from hypothermia. She was conscious, but she would not speak. She wouldn't talk to them. She was not in good shape. She was taken immediately to the hospital.
Authorities can only hope a formal search of the Gash farm will fill in the blanks.
When they did execute a search warrant, they entered the home and there was a pull-out bed in the living room, which Dawn slept on.
Once investigators pulled that couch open, they turned over the mattress and found copious amounts of what appeared to be human blood on this mattress. They then did further, deeper search of that room, found what they thought was probably cast-off type of blood up there on the ceiling.
When someone is bludgeoning someone or hitting them with an instrument, the blood from the victim gets on whatever weapon is being used and can sling off as they're bringing the weapon back over their shoulder and can splash onto the ceiling, on the side walls, and that kind of thing.
Assuming they may have found their murder scene, investigators spray luminol all over the room and turn out the lights, waiting for the chemical to glow in the presence of blood.
Unfortunately, it looked like a starry night. Just so many illuminations. It lit the room back up. There was an intake of breath at the moment when we first saw it because it was just so overwhelming.
The amount of blood indicated that he was killed there. As far as where he was dismembered, it's certainly consistent with it occurring there, but it also could be consistent with the wounds to his head bleeding in that particular location.
That's when I really got a clear picture of how much cleanup had to been done and how much carnage was there.
With evidence that Don's murder took place inside the house, suspicion grows toward the other two residents of the home, Gail and Don Jr. In search of a clear motive, investigators make a game-changing discovery.
There's a policy on Don of life insurance. I believe it was $150,000 that would benefit Gail and the children if Don Gash died.
Investigators now feel that they have enough to charge Gail with murder. And when she is released from the hospital on April 1st, that's exactly what they do.
The charge against Gail Gash was based on circumstantial evidence. It was based on the fact that she was the one that was hiding her car that she was driving, that she alone was the one with this financial burden and was under that kind of threat of going to prison. She couldn't come up with this money, had the life insurance policy on him. And so when you put all of these circumstances together, that's what the detectives had to go on, and they believed that she had committed the crime of first-degree murder.
On April 1st, 2004, Gail is arrested outside Hardy Hospital and is placed in the Henderson County Jail under no bond.
At that point, there was a certain sigh of relief.
Though Gail is behind bars, investigators suspect she didn't act alone.
Gail was a small woman, and for her to be able to overpower Don, who was much larger than her and much stronger than her, despite his disability, I just don't see how it could be done alone.
There was a lot of circumstances that the detectives thought made Don Jr. a likely participant in his father's killing. Don was known not to get along very well with his dad. He was known to get along more with his mother. Detectives believed that Gail Gash physically could not have lifted the torso, could not have dismembered him. You know, how could one person have done this all by herself?
Prosecutors hope this question and more will be answered in court. Jr. receives no charges.
At that time, we weren't able to find any evidence that tied Don Jr. to the crime.
Gail's attorneys get to work on her defense, and one of their first moves aims to combat her husband's prominence within the Hendersonville community.
There was a motion to change venue, and this was a motion based on the media swirl about this homicide.
Don was put on this pedestal of being, a pillar of the community, fire chief, someone that people respected and looked up to and could do no wrong.
The aim of the defense was to try to get this trial switched from Henderson County to Buncombe County. The concern by the defense was that potential jurors had already formed an opinion about the guilt of his client. Judge Marlene Hyatt ruled against the defense on that motion, so we were set for trial in November of 2006.
Coming up, a community eager for resolution hears a version of Don's final moments.
She confronted him about some things in their past, and that they got into this fight, that he began to assault her,
and lingering suspicions of an accomplice haunt the courtroom.
I just don't see how anyone could sleep through that and not hear anything.
What we wanted more than anything was for justice to be served for Don Gash.
November 7th, 2006. Just as Gail Gash's trial is about to begin for the murder of her husband, Don Gash, a sudden development takes the courtroom by surprise.
We all went to court thinking that the trial was going to start that day, and they came out and announced that there was going to be a plea deal. She ended up pleading to second-degree murder.
I was disappointed. What we wanted more than anything was for justice to be served for Don Gash, but also we wanted the truth to be told.
During her sentencing hearing, Gail's defense presents their client's version of events.
The defense case was that Gail Gash and Don Gash, her son, and Don Gash, the victim, were all in the house together the night of March 25th, 2004. And that Gail Gash had gone to put fire on the fireplace, that Don Gash had made some advances towards her, that they got into an argument, that she confronted him about some things in their past, and that she said that he just got irate, that they got into this fight, that he began to assault her, and that she grabbed for a piece of wood and just started beating him about his head.
She said it was like a jack in the box, like he came right back up. And she remembers hitting him again, but not really much after that.
The entire courtroom was shocked. Family, those watching, everybody.
Her version of events was after she killed him, she panicked. She didn't know what to do. She hadn't planned this. And so she knew that she had to keep this from her son. That her son was away in his bedroom, that he would be getting up in the morning in a few hours to go to work. So she had to hide his body. She went and got a dolly, put him into an area of the house that nobody went to. She hid him there and tried to figure out what to do. That's when she decided that she would dismember him, took off his head, his arms, his legs with a saw. She went and got a tub, rolled the torso into this tub, and wheeled it to the burn area where she attempted to burn the torso.
But Gail's defense claims she became impatient with the incineration process.
It was taking longer than she thought it would. So she got spooked and put his torso back into the tub, put the tub in the barn, and then once she dumped the body parts that were located off the Blue Ridge Parkway, including Mr. Gash's head, arms, and legs, she then came back. She parked that car at the cemetery. She ran to the neighbor's house, to their outbuilding, and that's where she said she hid for days until she was found.
Following the defense's presentation, the prosecution calls Don Jr. to the witness stand. Long suspected to have been involved, they ask him about the night of his father's murder.
For someone to be asleep in that home while your mother is bludgeoning your father to death and then later dragging his body through the house, I don't see how anyone could sleep through that and not hear anything or notice anything.
But Don Jr. testifies that he had no prior knowledge of the murder, nor was he involved.
Don Gash, though, was never charged with any crime. There was never any actual evidence that we found that tied him to any part of it.
Leslie Gash takes the stand in her mother's defense, testifying that her dad could get easily agitated.
Towards the end, my dad was drinking a lot. I know that was an issue. When the goods were good at home, they were really good. And when the bads were at home were bad, they were really, really bad.
At the conclusion of the hearing, and as a part of her plea, Gail is sentenced to 15 years in prison, leading to a general air of disappointment within the community beyond the courtroom walls.
People definitely didn't think justice was served. They felt like the story of Don Sr.'s murder wasn't told. They felt the facts weren't put out there for everyone, to hear, and that Gail did not get the sentencing that they felt she deserved.
But for the Gash family, the tragedy is twofold.
The tragedy is a family that completely was torn apart. The tragedy is a man that had so much to give to the community was denied giving it in his later years.
It was just a sad thing. I felt really bad for the kids. I'm sure it was something that the kids deal with to this day.
Even like sitting here, I'm still kind of like, why am I doing this? I think it's just because for so long we really couldn't say anything. It wasn't all terrible at home. There were some good times. There was a lot of bad. My mom's not a terrible person. And how these actions, these choices, that were made, whether it was 25 years ago of not getting a divorce or, 30 years ago or ever getting married or, all those actions have consequences. Whether you're a woman, a man, a kid, and you're in any form of a bad relationship, get out and talk to somebody. Don't stay quiet, because I promise you, it's not like it just poof goes away one day. It doesn't. It has long-lasting effects.
After serving 4 years of her sentence, Gail Gash died of cancer in 2010. Hi, Snap listeners. We are bringing you a special bonus episode today from Oxygen True Crime's hit series, Real Murders of Atlanta, airing on Oxygen True Crime on Fridays at 9/8 Central. You can also watch full episodes live or on demand on the free Oxygen app by clicking the link in our description. Enjoy.
A terrifying public execution in the parking lot of a busy public hospital.
The most obvious evidence was the victim's white Audi A7 that had 6 bullet holes in the back window. And to the right of that are 6 shell casings laying on the ground.
There were several witnesses that observed 2 males that were outside the parking deck.
A beloved Atlanta rapper, Melvin Burnell III, a.k.a. Lil Fat, whose rising star is brutally extinguished.
He was a young, talented kid that had a promising rap career in front of him.
Did the quest for fame in Atlanta's infamous rap scene lead to dangerous decisions?
There is this expectation to portray this street credibility, even if it gets them in trouble.
In the desperate hunt for the killer, can confidential informants be trusted?
I was shocked to learn this guy was a CI for the FBI.
He kept the books for the Russian mob.
So I know there were some rumors about there being some disagreements between Lil Fat and Boozy over the residuals.
the perfect storm was starting to evolve.
Sometimes success can come with a deadly price.
We began to get a clearer picture of that this was more of a targeted hit rather than a random shooting.
This really gets freaky. Somebody was literally hunting him down like a dog.
Just a stone's throw north of Atlanta, Sandy Springs is among the nicest of the leafy suburbs the metro area has to brag about.
Sandy Springs is a city that sits on top of Atlanta, Georgia. It's a very diverse city.
It's one of the newest cities in Georgia. We have very affluent people that live here.
As a community that prides itself in having the best of everything, it's no surprise that they boast on one of the country's most renowned maternity wards.
Northside Hospital is like the baby factory of the United States, where so many lives and happy memories are developed because people are giving birth there.
But one night in June of 2012, the miracle of birth and tragedy of death collide.
It was around 6:40 p.m. and the dispatchers dispatched units to Northside Hospital in the parking lot at the Women's Center. There's a person shot.
We had an officer come over the radio and say they needed detectives, so we knew it was going to be something on a larger scale. We didn't know if we had an active shooter. The shooter might still be in the area. Were they on scene?
But we did have a tactical unit clear the parking deck at every level to ensure that the suspects were down.
The victim had been removed from the car by hospital staff at that time and rushed into the hospital to perform life-saving measures.
Approximately 10 to 15 minutes after my arrival, I was informed that he had been pronounced dead in the emergency room. The most obvious evidence was the victim's white Audi A7 that was in a parking space partially out that had 6 bullet holes in the back window. And to the right of that are 6 shell casings laying on the ground.
Detectives note that these aren't just any shell casings. They're specifically designed to work in only one particular semi-automatic pistol.
We knew the murder weapon used was a Glock 357 SIG, which is a Glock handgun that has ported barrels.
Inside the car, investigators find blood on the driver's seat and dashboard, and a gun on the floor.
The victim had a Glock 9mm handgun with an extended magazine. The gun was fully loaded with a 30-round magazine and 1 round in the chamber. It had not been fired.
It appears the shooting had been an ambush. The victim laying on a hospital bed with 4 bullet wounds in his back is a young black man in his late teens. He has no ID on him, so all the police have to go on is the car in the parking garage.
When we ran the license plate of the Audi the victim was in and determined the owner of the vehicle was a male that lived down in Covington, Georgia, we obtained a picture of the owner. We then texted the detective over in the emergency room that picture. He looked at the victim, to which he stated they are 2 totally separate people. So we then utilized a fingerprint scanner and scanned our victim and was able to determine he was Melvin Brunell III.
When they run Melvin's name through the police database, investigators find only a recent traffic stop. Police need to determine why this 19-year-old was in the parking lot of this prominent maternity ward.
At that time, we only knew him as Melvin Brunell III and had no knowledge of why he was there. We were really concentrating on figuring that, that he had to be there for a reason. Another piece of evidence I got was when my commander handed me a bag with over $5,000 in cash from the victim's front right pants pocket. The victim was in possession of 2 cell phones. One of them continued to ring with the name Baby Mom on the screen. We applied for a search warrant for phone records.
While detectives wait for the search warrant to clear in order to investigate the victim's phone, police continue to work the scene.
We immediately began to canvass the area, and several witnesses observed two males outside the parking deck just before this shooting happened.
Witnesses consistently described the suspects as a tall, black male, muscular build, approximately 6'1", 185 pounds, and the shooter, who had a black gun, was approximately 5'4", with a short afro. There was a camera approximately 15 feet away in the parking deck. When you look at the car and you look over your left shoulder, there's the little bubble. I mean, there's the camera. And we were very excited. Unfortunately, Northside Hospital at that time were still utilizing VHS tapes. When they ejected it and pulled it out, the machine had been eating the tape. So we were unable to obtain any video whatsoever. The evidence was destroyed. It was heartbreaking. When we got the search warrant signed for the victim's cell phones, 30 minutes later, somebody called him, so I answered the phone. A young lady stated that was her fiance's phone. She was upstairs in labor and delivery, high risk, was on bed rest.
I was in the hospital because I was going into labor with my daughter. They was trying to prevent me from going to labor because I was only 7.5 months. I called that phone and he wasn't answering. And finally, the detective, he was like, this is like Sandy Springs Police.
Detective Williams heads into the hospital to handle the unenviable task of delivering the devastating news to Melvin's fiancée.
The death notification that we gave Dawnese Frazier was very hard. When you're holding her hand and you have to explain to her, I regret to inform you that your fiancé was shot and murdered a few minutes ago outside. That was very hard.
I didn't know what to think would happen. It was just like, I've never felt something that bad that happened to me ever.
When you have a case like this, you've got to jump into this kid's lifestyle head on and conduct a victimology. Find out who he's hanging out with, what he's doing. Is there a beat?
Investigators question Melvin's fiancée, who says that he's a local celebrity in Atlanta's music scene.
I was told that the victim was a rapper and that he went by the name Little Fat. But apparently he was up and coming in the music industry and did concerts routinely throughout the area.
So the thing about Lil Fat is Melvin Burnell Jr.'s son, the head of Trill Entertainment. He was one of many teen stars to kind of stand out and make the label the success story that it is today. His debut mixtape was a collaboration with DJ Khaled. He was really being set up for success.
I met that after a show at Denny's, and then we exchanged numbers that night, so we just always like texted and kept in contact. After like a year and a half, when we started living together, then I got pregnant. Me and Fat lived in Sandy Springs. It was like a 5-bedroom house. It was nice, really nice. And every time like, he would go on the road, he would bring his daughter something back, like candy, toys, anything. He was a great father.
Investigators ask Lil Fat's fiancé to take them through Fat's timeline of the day leading up to the murder.
Dawnese Frazier walked us through where he was going. We learned that Melvin Burnell had been out that day in Atlanta, and later in the day, he went up to the hospital room. They talked for a little bit, and he told her he was leaving and was going to go meet up with his crew and work on some records. So we learned that he had walked out to the car to leave to go meet with his friends. We obtained a search warrant for the victim, Melvin Burnell's house, to see if there was anything there that might have any evidentiary value. We got there, and the back door was kicked in. We didn't know what to think at that time, but if we were to put two and two together, possibly the people that killed him were looking for him at the house at first, and then found him at the hospital, which then became concerning for us, because at that time we're beginning to now realize he was targeted. Somebody was waiting on him. Somebody wanted him dead.
Hey, something's not right about this. There's more to this than just a killing that had taken place in a park today.
He would rent these luxury vehicles to individuals in the game. You know, drug dealers, individuals who had large amounts of cash.
There were some rumors about there being some disagreements between Lil Fat and Boozy over the residuals.
You got Lil Boozy, who was accused of committing multiple murders. I felt like he was wanting to make a point.
Sandy Springs homicide detectives, like many in Atlanta's music scene, aren't sure if the murder of Melvin Lil Fat Cornell III is another hip-hop feud turned violent, or if it's something more personal.
What I remember of Lil Fat's death was that it was just hard to really make sense of it. He was so young and he was still kind of coming up. I think that is part of a larger and unfortunate phenomenon in hip-hop, where we're seeing a lot of these artists die young, a lot of times because of shootings. So, you know, people were just struggling to make sense of it.
Within hours of the shooting, detectives discover that Melvin's house has been ransacked and takes the investigation into a significantly ominous direction.
You could tell that somebody had been in there looking around, trying to find something.
You could smell a strong odor of marijuana where large quantities of marijuana had been. We thought that they may have found it and seized it.
With evidence of drugs taken from the victim's home and a public execution the next day, it's no fluke for police. The two crime scenes are obviously linked.
Possibly the people that killed him were there first looking for him and then found him at the hospital. That's now lending a lot of credence to that idea that this was a hit. The biggest question we had is, how did they know he was at the hospital? If we can determine how the suspects knew he was there, we felt that that would be very advantageous for us.
Following the trail of breadcrumbs, investigators must now question the owner of the car Lil Fat was driving.
So at about 10 o'clock that night, Detective Smith and I left for Covington, Georgia, to try to find and to meet the owner of the car, the Audi A7. At about 11 o'clock, we arrived at his location. The owner of the car was shocked when we showed up. He was very standoffish. He told us he was a truck driver. So I began to ask him how somebody in his line of work could afford the Ford Mustang that was sitting outside his residence, as well as this Audi A7, which was a $74,000 car. He then began to explain to us that he would buy the car and then would send the car to a rental business, and the car would be paid off in about 1 year's time as people would rent the car and drive it all over. So we began to ask questions to determine who he rented it to. He told us that he would rent the car to Global Elite, and that he would have to have the person that handles all of that, the owner of the company, Manny Chapayev, give us a phone call at a later time.
Manny Chapayev would rent these luxury vehicles to individuals in the entertainment industry, the professional sports industry, and also individuals in the game. You know, drug dealers, individuals who had large amounts of cash. I mean, you know, having the latest and greatest luxury vehicle is a part of the image. And so Manny provided that image to many people here in the city of Atlanta.
Manny called me late that night, 30 minutes after midnight. He said he had rented the car to the victim, Lil Fat, and that he'd give me a contract and a driver's license the next day. It was a very short conversation. This guy's being very evasive. He had no intent of staying on the phone for any length of time. I got in touch with Detective Williams and said, hey, something's not right about this. There's more to this than just a killing that had taken place in a park bed.
Suspicious of Chapayev's lack of cooperation, detectives continue their examination of the luxury car entrepreneur, while Melvin's devastated family decides he needs to be laid to rest where he was born, Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
We wanted to go down to the funeral as we're doing the victimology, continuing studying Melvin Vernell. We also want to show our respects to the family. There was a lot of publicity on social media when the family announced that they were going to do the burial in Baton Rouge. You had people from all over the United States of America, different groups saying, we're going to come, we're going to represent.
A lot of folks in the hip hop community responded, expressing their condolences. The overall response was just that, wow, he was so young. And we hadn't heard everything that we were meant to hear from Lil Fat.
But detectives learn that there seems to be one of Fat's fellow rappers from Baton Rouge that isn't so sorry that Lil Fat is gone.
Lil Boosie had been convicted of gun and drug charges and had an 8-year sentence to serve. So he was in Angola State Prison.
Boosie was being called the Tupac of the South when he was coming out. When folks look to people like Boosie, they're looking for authentic street rap. I call outlaw rap, it's like stick-up rap. Lots of gun talk, but I think when folks think of Boosie, they think of somebody who's being super authentic, who is really reporting from the streets.
Lil Boosie came up through social media. We began noticing people were making comments online that Lil Boosie was frustrated with Melvin Vernell. They're out here doing shows and making money while he's stuck in prison, where they should be giving some of that money back to his family, helping them out while he's in jail.
So I know there were some rumors about there being some disagreements between Lil Fat and Boosie over the residuals.
So we're beginning to think, you got Lil Boosie, who was accused of committing multiple murders. I felt like he was wanting to make a point, trying to make a name for himself. We looked into the Lil Boosie angle with the Baton Rouge Police Department investigators from the District Attorney's Office. They have a system down there where they have investigators that listen to all the jail phone calls going in and out. And the morning after the murder, a young lady had called Lil Boosie and said, hey, I got some bad news. Did you hear about Lil Fat? He said, no, what's up? She goes, he was gunned down last night. And you can hear Lil Boosie start screaming and yelling and slamming the phone down. He goes, no. He was very upset. You could tell he was caught off guard by it. We then went through all of Lil Boosie's phone calls. There was absolutely no connection whatsoever. Literally, we came out pretty much ruling out anything that had happened in Baton Rouge. It is frustrating, but if you work a murder, you have to follow the evidence. You can't pick and choose where you go. You follow lady evidence. Wherever she takes you, wherever you go. This tip came in, we investigated it, we cleared it, and we're moving on. It is frustrating. So I went back home, and then it got really odd because the next day, a special agent with FBI Atlanta wanted to talk to me and possibly had information on our murder, and that this stemmed from some drugs that had been stolen. That's now lending a lot of credence to that idea that this was a hit.
In June of 2012, detectives worked frantically to solve the case of Melvin Burnell III and obtain justice for his devastated young widow and children.
What stood out to me was when the nurse, she said that she tried her best to save him and she still could smell his cologne. That was the one thing that stood out to me because she said that he was trying so hard, but it's just he couldn't make it. I just still remember that all the time.
Investigators have a unique trail of evidence to follow. None so far has led to a name of Melvin's killer. As detectives continue to chase every lead, they get a call from the Atlanta office of the FBI.
The FBI agent calls me and discloses that he had a confidential informant that had named specific suspects pertaining to our murder. The agent told me that the source was a registered informant, had been deemed reliable and credible, specifically that he was very good and had provided them with some really good information in the past.
Detectives zero in on the two suspects given to them by the FBI's informant.
The suspects were Gary Bradford, a.k.a. Eldorado Red, and Sensei White, a.k.a. Grizz. We began to research, and we learned very quickly that Eldorado Red is part of the Bang Get Money gang in Montgomery, Alabama. Very violent, very, very involved in guns and distribution of marijuana and cocaine. Eldorado Red is the shot caller or what they call the OG of the criminal street gang known as BGN. He has a whole bunch of foot soldiers.
El Dorado Red's significant criminal history puts him atop investigators' suspect list, but DeSensei White, aka Grizz, seems out of place in the middle of a murder investigation.
Grizz, who's DeSensei White, is from California. He went to private Catholic school, had a basketball scholarship. He played basketball under Bobby Knight. He wants to move to Atlanta and try to get into the rap scene. So he comes to Atlanta, and marijuana around the area it's not good marijuana. It's too expensive. He's connected to growers in California. So he starts to run a very large operation, and he will ultimately meet Gary Bradford, El Dorado Red, and those two begin to network. And basically, at the end of the day, the Sensei White is supplying the entire city of Montgomery with their marijuana. And the two of them are making hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Based on the new information, investigators submit warrants for phone records for Gary Bradford and DeSensei White.
What we're looking for is where they are the day before the murder, during the murder, things of that nature. Once the records came in, we saw where they traveled down into the area of Northside Hospital an hour or two before the murder, and they're together. They're there a couple hours before, but they're there.
So this all began to start tying some loose ends together, but it still didn't paint the big picture.
El Dorado Red and DeSensei Grizz White are now lead suspects in the murder. But detectives now need to determine why a California basketball star and known Alabama drug dealer would want a rapper from Atlanta dead.
It was probably a few weeks in. The 911 center had received a phone call from a confidential informant.
I'm calling about a whole project that you all have over there. I don't know who did it. What case did you say it was? He's a rapper. Go by the name Lil Prep. Do you have the suspect's information? His street name, he go by the boy. His first name, I guess, by what? The boy. And his first name is Maurice. Yeah. You know, there are people on the radio.
He specifically named El Dorado Red and Maurice Connor to be involved in the shooting.
Gary El Dorado Red Bradford is already on investigators' list of suspects, but Maurice Connor is a new name for detectives.
We began to research Maurice Connor and learned that he was part of the Bang Your Money gang under El Dorado Red. We're researching Maurice, and we see where he received a speeding ticket June 6, 2012 in the afternoon on I-85 close to the Georgia border. This is the day before the murder. I called the trooper who pulled him over for speeding. He told me that there's two occupants in the vehicle. Maurice Connor is driving. Passenger is DeAndre Washington. Interestingly enough, when they were stopped, they were asked where they were going. They both said that they were traveling to Atlanta to a funeral. We had good witnesses at the hospital that gave good descriptions of one suspect being tall, one being short, and the short suspect was approximately 5'3", 5'4", with a short afro. Passenger is DeAndre Washington, who's 5'4". We're now following the shooters. They're coming in town. Maurice Connor's phone records places him at the scene of the murder.
I was shocked to learn and find out this guy was a CI for the FBI.
He makes a phone call 38 seconds after 911 was called. He is inside the Northside Hospital. He's inside the complex.
Investigators are swiftly moving in on multiple emerging suspects in the killing of Melvin Lil Fat Burnell III, when one man, DeAndre Washington, comes to the forefront. Detectives follow up on a traffic stop that took place the day before the murder, just over the border in Alabama.
Because of the traffic stop, we learned that the passenger is DeAndre Washington, who's 5'4" and has a medium-sized afro.
Washington matches the exact description from witnesses at the scene. and phone records help pin down his and associate Maurice Connor's whereabouts during the brutal execution.
We have them being in Atlanta at the time of the crime. We have phone records that track the movements of both Washington and Connor traveling to Northside Hospital at the time of the crime. Maurice Connor's phone records places him at the scene of the murder. He makes a phone call, I believe 38 seconds after 911 was called, and he is inside the Northside Hospital. He's inside the complex.
Investigators tighten their grip on the 4 main suspects, but there remains a burning question left to be answered.
It's not adding up. How did they know he was at the hospital? His fiance, Alnice Frazier, she told us Melvin Brunel, he had been with a realtor all day looking at houses. Then he goes to Popeyes, then he goes to the hospital. I mean, he'd been traveling all day. How did they know he was there? At this point, the investigation kind of hits a crossroads. We had an FBI agent call and informed me their registered informant, the person who specifically gave us the name of DeSensei White and Gary Bradford, was Manny Chapaya.
I was shocked to learn and find out this guy was SCI for the FBI. I couldn't believe it.
Investigators learned that Manny has been ratting out criminals in his orbit to the FBI for years.
Manny Chapaya kept the books for the Russian mob, and ultimately he turned government's evidence and became an FBI informant. I wanted to interview Manny, but once I realized he was the confidential informant that the FBI was referring to, and the agent made it clear that he was hands off, you couldn't talk to him. He was very, very protective of Manny.
While Manny safeguards himself behind the FBI, Lil Fat's case continues to resonate throughout the grieving Atlanta hip-hop community, causing more leads to pour into the police.
I received a phone call from a detective in Montgomery who says, we have a gentleman who has very intimate information about your murder, and the shooter confessed elements of the crime to him. I said, okay, sure, put me on speakerphone. And I said, what do you know? And he said Eldorado Red recruited Maurice Connor and DeAndre Washington to kill Melvin Brunel. So, okay, where'd they kill him? Northside Hospital in the Park and Naked Women's Center. So, okay. What'd they shoot him with? A Glock 357-6. We never released that. We never released that. And at that time, I said, you know what? I'm not having this conversation over the phone. See you in 3 hours. We drove out to Montgomery and we interviewed that gentleman for 4 hours. He told me that DeAndre Washington confessed the entire murder to him. DeAndre explained to him how he shot him, how they found him, and everything.
Not only does this new information pinpoint the shooter as DeAndre Washington, the informant helps Detective Williams place that last piece of the puzzle.
I then asked the informant, how did they know he was there? He said, they had GPS trackers, and some Russian guy was renting cars for them. They tracked him. Yeah, they tracked him the night before, and they couldn't get him. Oh, and the Russian was helping.
The Russian is the FBI's informant and car rental entrepreneur, Manny Chapaya.
Manny put trackers in his vehicles, and so if someone rented a vehicle and didn't make the payment, Manny would be able to track the vehicle and get it back. A task force is formed to go up to the impound lot and to seize the GPS trackers from the car. So we go up to this beautiful $100,000 Audi, and we get the GPS trackers out, and they're from a company called iMetric. We called iMetric, and they told us, if you give us the serial numbers for the trackers, then we can give you the username, the account, what vehicles they have, and they'll be able to show you the command to locate.
Investigators are given access to Manny's database and can see every time someone tries to locate Melvin's car.
So when you go into the iMetric website and you go to Manny's account, you get a list of every vehicle he's got. And you literally go up and there's a little icon that says CML, command to locate. You click it and it gives you latitude and longitude of where the vehicle is. This really gets freaky the day of the murder. You can see they're doing a command to locate every 20 or 30 minutes. Somebody was literally hunting Melvin Brunel down like a dog. You know, in order to prosecute the devil, you got to go to hell to get your witnesses. A gentleman approaches him with a Glock with an extended magazine and says, "Give me the package in the bag."
There is this expectation to uphold this very image, even if it gets them in trouble.
In their investigation into the brutal murder of rap artist Melvin Burnell III, known by his hip-hop moniker as Lil Fat, Sandy Springs detectives have followed leads and collected evidence, narrowing their focus to a group of 4 men. As cell phone data and GPS locator evidence begin to expose how this crime was committed, the question of why continues to elude investigators.
You know, in order to prosecute the devil, you got to go to hell to get your witnesses, right? And so, in this case, we needed someone to provide inside information that would give a step-by-step roadmap as to not just why it happened, but how it happened.
Investigators know their best chance is to focus on the weak link in the group.
I called to Sensei White in Redwood, California. I said, "Hey, Grizz." He said, "Yes, sir." I said, "I'm Detective J.T. Williams, Sandy Springs Police. How are you?" And I said, "I'd love to fly out there tonight. I can be out there in 7, 8 hours. Sit down and get your side of the story." "Sandy Springs? Yeah, you know where Northside Hospital is?" To which he stated he had a lawyer and didn't want to talk. I said, "Okay." And I said, "Just one thing. Don't say anything. Just listen. Manny threw you under the bus. He's told us everything. So I'll see you next month."
Police wait to see. Will calling this Sensei White's bluff turn into the confession detectives so desperately hope for?
The Sensei White's lawyer ends up calling the district attorney's office and says they want to cut a deal. We met on a Saturday. The Sensei White had hired Bruce Harvey, very prominent lawyer. Bruce Harvey actually approached me in front of the courthouse. He said, "Listen, I just want to know why Calvin Johnson is not on the indictment." Calvin's name had been brought up before as an associate who had been speaking with Red and Grizz. Calvin was living in the metro Atlanta area at the time. His full-time job was basically to traffic marijuana from Atlanta to Montgomery. The couriers have nothing to do with the money. Just simple, bring a package, drop it off, and come back. Within the next few days, we dig through the phone records, and we actually now see Calvin Johnson, the Sensei White, and Eldorado Red are all together. Where one phone is, the other phone is. We had done the homework, found him. He was a basketball coach in the North Palo Alto area. He is served with a material witness subpoena and is flown back to Atlanta, where he's offered a deal to testify. Calvin becomes important because he explained to us how he was robbed at a BP gas station. On that specific date, Calvin Johnson pulls up to the BP on Metropolitan Parkway, gets gas. He had 5 bricks of marijuana. And a gentleman approaches him with a Glock with an extended magazine and says, "Give me the package in the bag." He says, "I reached around back, gave them the package." So the suspect took off running. Calvin said he sees a tricked out Cadillac, black in color, speed off. So Calvin calls the Sensei White and says, "Hey, I messed up." And when they heard the Glock, the extended magazine, the black Cadillac, that was the current vehicle that Melvin Burnell was driving. They started putting 2 and 2 together. They realized it was Melvin Burnell that had stolen the marijuana, and they were going to get him for it. They had to make a point.
But why would Lil Fat risk the ire of this Sensei White for 10 pounds of marijuana?
So based on the money that these guys could be making, it's really hard to say why Lil Fat would want to do a robbery. There is this expectation to portray this real lived-in street credibility. I think for a lot of these artists, there is this expectation to uphold this very image, even if it gets them in trouble.
I wouldn't describe Lil Fat as a true gangster. I mean, he was a young, talented kid that had a promising rap career in front of him. He had a hit that was making some traction. Unfortunately, Lil Fat, he had 1 foot in, 1 foot out. he was leaving 2 lives, and he just stole drugs from the wrong person.
As the 4 suspects' motives begin to crystallize, investigators are still puzzled by Manny Chopayev's involvement. What does he have to gain by seeing Melvin Burnell dead?
That's a $64 million question, right? What was Manny's intent by providing this information to Grizz and Eldorado Red? I mean, it's not like Manny was dealing drugs or moving any product. But there's no doubt that by allowing Red and Grizz to track Little Fat, that facilitated the murder of Little Fat.
Investigators struggle to understand why Manny would risk the FBI's protection as a government informant to help plot a rapper's assassination. Then they look back at his criminal history.
We learned that Manny had just gotten off federal probation for flipping all these cars, doing this car trickery, title fraud, VIN fraud, and was told if he gets caught doing the car thing again, he's going to jail. He's getting a lot of time. And then Melvin Burnell gets caught speeding. He's renting one of Manny's cars. They run the tag. Vehicle comes up stolen. So he goes to jail. Well, Melvin Burnell's not completely guilty in court. Melvin's like, this is a rental car. I mean, why am I going to be charged with possessing a stolen vehicle? Manny knew that if Melvin Burnell didn't plead guilty, he was going to expose his car ring. That was very concerning to me, that he was going to expose that he was back in the car business again. So when the Sensei White and Eldorado Red approached Manny and said, hey, we got to find Melvin Burnell, we got to handle business. They said Manny was excited. He was like, yeah, kill the kid. I can't stand little bastard. Let's get rid of this kid and move on.
In Atlanta's quiet suburb of Sandy Springs, investigators have been unraveling the complicated murder case of a promising young musician, Melvin Little Fat Burnell III. At the center, underworld auto hustler and FBI informant, Manny Chopayev. Detectives discover that Melvin's court date for the stolen vehicle charge was only days away when he was ruthlessly murdered.
So now you have the murder, and a day after the murder, the district attorney's office gets a phone call from Manny Chopayev's lawyer. Hey, you can drop the case. Melvin Burnell was murdered last night, so, you can close out the stolen car case. Thanks, bye, click. Very concerning.
Manny's attorney has given police the final nail in his client's coffin by revealing a motive. No more Melvin, no more stolen car case. Chopayev's own statements to the FBI also confirm he helped guide Melvin's killers to their prey. So in May 2013, 2 months after the shooting, investigators are able to make their last arrest in the case.
And so we charge Manny Chopayev because Manny provided all the tracking information so that Grizz and Red tracked Little Fat.
With the pieces put together, it appears the murder of Little Fat began when the rap star took his onstage personality too far by robbing a drug courier.
Grizz and Eldorado Red go to Manny to track him down. Manny's upset over the stolen car case. The perfect storm was starting to evolve.
It becomes clear that the GPS tracking system supplied by Manny allowed Grizz and Eldorado Red to track Melvin's movements and give them the opportunity to break in and pillage Melvin's house in search of the stolen marijuana.
And the next day, they pick up the track in the afternoon and ultimately leads them to Northside Hospital to the Women's Center. Eldorado Red calls Maurice Connor and calls DeAndre Washington and said, there's the car. We know that Melvin Burnell goes upstairs, hangs out with his fiancée to eat, and he's leaving to go work on some music when Maurice Connor and DeAndre Washington run up. DeAndre puts 6 rounds through the back window.
2 years after the murder, in August of 2014, trials begin for 3 of the 5 suspects.
The Sensei White, also known as Grizz, became a cooperator for the state and actually testified at the trial of this case. He got an 8-year sentence to probation. in exchange for his truthful cooperation in this case. Sensei White identified DeAndre Washington and Connor as the individuals who were at Northside Hospital and carried out the murder at Red's instruction.
After an arduous 3-week trial, the jury finds Washington and Connor guilty of murder. Eldorado Red is convicted of conspiracy to commit murder. Manny Chopayev shields himself behind a legal technicality.
In this case, the court ruled that the communications between the FBI and Manny Chopayev couldn't be used to prosecute him. So while we had a lot of evidence against Manny, we couldn't use that evidence, and ultimately this case got dismissed. This job is all about honor, integrity, doing the right thing. There has to be a voice for the victims. This is definitely the most complicated case I've ever worked. Every emotion that you could have was felt during this case. Ultimately, at the end, holding the family, sitting with them, holding hands when the sentences was coming out, just wiping away tears of joy that we were able to put these people behind bars where they belong.
They took someone away from me. Melvin he was really sweet and gentle and caring. He was a really good father. Thad just wanted to just rap, that's all he was trying to do. Keep doing for his mom and take care of his, his family. I just miss him. I miss him around us. And I miss being a family with him.
He was a Vietnam veteran fighting for his life.
He came home with some demons to battle.
She was the loving partner who helped him find his way.
She stood by him and was able to take care of him.
For nearly 3 decades, they remained inseparable. Until an unthinkable betrayal destroyed their union.
She was laying on her back not too far from her vehicle.
There looked to be some sort of struggle.
Homicide investigators quickly uncover a web of suspicion and salacious rumors.
Some of the allegations were quite disturbing. She never made any bones about the fact that they were having an affair.
They were hiding in closets and different things, and it was starting to disrupt the workforce there.
When the case finally comes to a close, it will expose an unlikely mastermind of a sinister plot.
The irony of dying at the hands of someone that she was trying to help all the way up until her death, it's kind of heartbreaking.
She wasn't going to let anything stop her.
We were in total disbelief and shock.
August 9th, 2002, Lincoln County, Missouri. It's a quiet Friday afternoon in this small town just north of St. Louis until a flood of 911 calls ring into the sheriff's office.
Some witnesses had called in to law enforcement and dispatch and notified officers that there was someone who was lying on the ground in the commuter lot positioned at the intersection of Highway B and 61.
One of the witnesses passing by made the assumption it was a suicide.
Within minutes, sheriff's deputies respond to the scene.
A vehicle was parked facing towards the highway, kind of the middle of the parking lot, and car door was open, and there was a large pool of what appeared to be blood.
Witnesses observed, as well as law enforcement, that there was someone with a massive head wound, what appeared to be a gunshot, who was laying on the ground.
She was laying not too far from her vehicle, towards the front of her vehicle.
The vehicle was still running.
Authorities quickly determined that the victim was deceased, but none of the 911 callers saw what happened to her.
They thought maybe it was a suicide at that point.
It was my understanding when they found her body, she had a work uniform on from her employer, and on that was her work identification.
The badge identifies the victim as 56-year-old Ruth Ann Madden, a housekeeping supervisor at a nearby medical center.
Upon identifying the victim on the commuter lot based on her work ID, uniformed officers in the Missouri State Highway Patrol responded to her husband's house to make death notification. This is common, and usually the first step is notifying next of kin.
Ruth Ann's husband is 52-year-old Andrew Madden.
Andy was wheelchair bound. When they arrived, he was out front. They said, "Unfortunately, we have to tell you your wife is deceased." He put out his cigarette kind of calmly and then dropped his face down into his hands and began crying.
Andy wanted to find out what happened to his wife, how this could have happened.
Born on December 17, 1945, Ruth Ann Scott was always a caregiver.
She was just sweet and reserved. You could tell she cared about people. She was a warm individual.
She was the oldest of 11 children. She would be that person that helped raise quite a few of the siblings.
She was so family oriented. Was just a very kind and nurturing person.
In her 20s, Ruth Ann fell in love with a young soldier named Andrew Madden.
Andy Madden was a former service member of the U.S. Army. He was a veteran of the Vietnam War.
He was a tank mechanic. He did see significant action during his tour in Vietnam, and it left an emotional toll on him. He came home with some demons to battle. But once he got to know you and once you got to know him, actually, a really good friend.
Ruth Ann married Andy in 1975 and settled down in Eolia, Missouri. She worked in housekeeping at a hospital while Andy operated heavy machinery at a quarry in Lincoln County.
They were always together. She was always concerned about his well-being and if everything was all right. There was something particularly cute about the two of them, and everybody enjoyed them being around.
But as the years passed, Andy's health deteriorated.
His health was not that good. He was a sick man, very sick man.
Andy was in a wheelchair. He was able to walk. So sometimes his balance gets in the issue, and that's what the chair's for.
Cancers, especially a treatment for cancer, they rob the body of a lot of strength. His problem seemed more with strength in his legs.
Unable to continue his job at the quarry, Andy struggled with the physical and emotional fallout.
The military makes you a strong individual. Your strengths are a major part of your life. When those things leave you, it's hard to deal with.
Despite Andy's failing health, Ruth Ann stuck by his side. And in 1997, she accepted a full-time job as a housekeeping manager at Lincoln County Medical Center to support the both of them.
She stood by him and was able to take care of him and continued to take care of him, continued to work at the same time.
Ruth Ann did what she could, but more help was needed.
The Veterans Administration went ahead and supplied him a home health care aide by the name of Karen Clowers to assist in everyday duties such as clothing, medicine, bathing, and whatnot as needed.
For the Maddens, having healthcare worker Karen Clowers in their home made a huge difference.
She was helping with house chores and making sure he was taking his medicine and making him something to eat and stuff while Ruth was out working.
The relationship, to my understanding, with Karen Clowers and Ruth Ann Madden was a good one. They would talk a lot. They would hang together. Even after she got off, she would stay. She would. It was a friendship relationship with all three.
It seemed Ruth Ann and Andy had finally found a good balance. But little did they know, their time together was running out. Now, on August 9th, 2002, state troopers have just informed Andy Madden that his wife, Ruth Ann Madden, has been found dead in a commuter parking lot.
He was upset. A couple times he broke down. I'm like, sorry, Andy, I'm so sorry. I mean, I can't imagine what you're going through.
While Andy processes his grief, detectives arrive at the crime scene.
Initially, it was reported that it was possibly a suicide, but really quickly it was starting to unfold that that was clearly not a suicide.
Right away, we start thinking, this doesn't smell right. We don't have a weapon at the scene. It was gone. Clear headshot. Left running by her car. IDs on her shirt. Something happened immediately, quick.
At that point, it was obvious that this was a homicide.
Coming up, investigators find evidence of a desperate struggle for survival.
There was actually human hairs clenched in her hand that looked to me that she either tried to stop her assailant or grab onto her assailant.
And Ruth Ann's husband gives investigators their first lead.
He mentioned that she had been receiving threatening and harassing phone calls and death threats. This whole thing was very bizarre.
On August 9th, 2002, authorities in Lincoln County, Missouri are processing the scene where 56-year-old Ruth Ann Madden has been found murdered in a commuter parking lot near her home.
A homicide in this particular community is extremely rare.
You have thefts, maybe somebody steals a car, breaks into a house, but to have someone brutally shot point blank in the face in a commuter lot, it shocks the conscience.
Investigators talk to bystanders who have gathered at the scene of the crime, including a young couple that saw a suspicious vehicle leaving the parking lot that afternoon.
It just so happens that this gentleman, Randy, was driving westbound on Highway E, and this car comes screaming out in front of him to the point where I think he almost had to take some sort of evasive action, and that drew his attention to the commuter lot where he saw the body on the commuter lot.
Suspecting the other driver might have been involved in a crime, Randy decided to give chase.
This individual made a U-turn and actually attempted to chase this vehicle down northbound 4061, but it was traveling in excess of 85, 90 miles an hour.
I guess the witness realized that, hey, this is getting too dangerous. You know, to them it wasn't worth it. So they shut back down, responded back to the commuter lot, wherein they met deputies and gave them their statement.
Unfortunately, at the time, they did not get the license plate. The witness was more focused on identifying the driver of the car, but he did give us a spectacular description of the vehicle.
Investigators immediately issue a bolo for a white Chevy Lumina sedan with tinted windows. But without a license plate number, authorities are looking for a needle in a haystack.
Initially, we really didn't have a lot to go on when we formed up.
In an effort to act fast, the Sheriff's Office seeked help from the multi-agency Major Case Squad of Greater St. Louis.
We have anywhere from 25 to 30 detectives from all over, bringing all different kinds of experience. And one of the benefits of that is the kind of, for lack of better words, brainstorming. You know, like, what do you think? What does this look like to you? One of the scenarios is, well, was this a carjacking or a robbery that went bad? But then you start looking at some of the other factors, and like, well, you know, her purse is left in the car. Is that a robbery? It's probably not. We noted a gunshot wound to the side of the head and an exit wound. We did not locate a projectile. That absolutely would lead us to either believe that the person was, whoever was responsible for the crime, was aware enough to clean up after themselves, or that they had used a revolver. In that case, no shell casing had been ejected.
Investigators collect several items from the area, including a soft drink bottle and multiple cigarette butts.
You don't know, is this an important piece of evidence or is it just clutter?
So they were seizing those cigarette butts that they found. It was a Doral brand cigarette.
Upon closer examination of Ruth Ann's body, investigators find evidence that she might have tried to fight off her killer.
There looked to be some sort of struggle because there was actually human hairs found in Ruth Ann's hand, clenched in her hand, that looked to be that she either tried to stop her assailant or grab onto her assailant.
Those hair follicles were seized as evidence and forwarded for DNA analysis.
Detectives request Ruth Ann's phone records, hoping they will shed some light on what happened. But getting the results will take time. While they're waiting, they ask the local community for help.
We need the public to help us police. 2 minutes of someone's life could save countless hours of investigators' time and maybe possibly save someone's life before it's too late.
I first heard that they found her body was on the news. And then when they said their name, I was thinking, oh no, it couldn't be the same. It just made no sense to me. It would seem like she had no business being there unless she was meeting somebody there. Because where they lived was at least another 10 or 15 minutes north from where she was found.
While investigators wait for potential tips to roll in, they drive out to the Madden home to speak further with Ruth Ann's husband, Andy.
Traditional police work would lead you to believe that you always have to look at the spouse first.
I said, would you have time to talk with me alone? And he said, sure, I would very much like to help you. I want to find out who did this to my wife. And I'm like, okay, this is a good start.
Investigators ask Andy where he was earlier in the afternoon. He says he had been with his caretaker all day.
He had mentioned that Karen Clowers was with him the whole day until approximately 5 p.m.
Andy provides detectives with contact information for Karen Clowers so they can verify his alibi. But before contacting Karen, detectives ask Andy if Ruth Ann had any enemies outside or inside the home.
He described their marriage as the perfect marriage, no problems whatsoever, never alluded to any type of problems on the marriage front.
Obviously, a question is asked, do you have any idea of who may want to have harmed your wife? And immediately he mentioned that she had been receiving threatening and harassing phone calls and death threats.
Ruth had been receiving threatening phone calls at home and at work, and she was kind of on, I guess what I would say, maybe high alert.
One of the calls was to Andy himself, and it sounded somewhat like a female voice stating that his wife was having an affair. Hey, your wife is cheating on you. We thought you need to know. This whole thing was very bizarre.
Investigators want to know who was calling Ruth Ann and why they were harassing her.
Initially, Ruth Ann suspected the calls may have been coming from a coworker.
She would tell Andy that people at work are messing with me, and she was scared of me.
Andrew believes the calls may have come from a former coworker of Ruth Ann's named Betty.
Ruth Ann had a supervisory position at the hospital. She was in charge of housekeeping, and there was a female employee who was a subordinate of hers.
According to Andrew, Ruth Ann had moved Betty to the night shift.
This ended up upsetting Betty and prompted her to call, but not to threaten murder, but just to stop meddling with my life. She subsequently resigned.
Andrew says he and Ruth Ann quickly reported the calls to the Troy Police Department.
Miss Madden and Andrew Madden had taken steps to try to track where these phone calls were coming from. Law enforcement ended up following up on some of those leads, but none of them really went anywhere.
Andrew provided us with 4 or 5 phone numbers that he said he had captured from his caller ID.
Now investigators wonder, could workplace tensions have led to murder?
We wanted to get to the bottom of it. We're going to find a person responsible.
Coming up, an illicit and brazen affair is revealed.
They were alone all day long. And I know she set her sights on him.
And detectives find their biggest piece of evidence yet.
Where, like, does that look like the vehicle that you saw fleeing the crime scene? And they were 100% sure that, like, yeah, that's the vehicle.
Just hours after Ruth Ann Madden was found murdered in a commuter parking lot, her husband has implicated one of Ruth Ann's co-workers, who allegedly made some harassing phone calls in recent weeks.
Amy Madden holds firm that whoever it is making these threatening phone calls must have been involved somehow.
Investigators contact Ruth Ann's supervisor at the Lincoln County Medical Center to learn more about Ruth Ann's problems with a former coworker named Betty.
He had said that Ruth Ann had come to him and mentioned that other employees had mentioned that two of her subordinates were having an extramarital affair. They were hiding in closets and different things, and it was starting to disrupt the workforce there. They decided the best course of action would be to separate them on the work schedule. Once the participant in that affair, Betty, was notified that her shift would be changed because of her behavior, she was very upset.
According to the supervisor, Betty quit her job on July 25th. Around the same time, Ruth Ann received the harassing phone calls.
Some of the allegations raised as to the comments on the phone calls were quite disturbing. Some of those alluded to the fact that she was going to have her throat slit, that she was going to be beaten and thrown into the Quiver River.
Her supervisors took those threats seriously enough that they assigned her security to walk her back and forth from her car.
Investigators worked quickly to contact Betty at her home in Troy, Missouri, and ask her where she was on August 9th.
She said her car had been in the shop for quite some time, specifically during that time period and days before and after.
Betty gives detectives receipts from the car repair shop, as well as contact information for friends who can verify her alibi.
When we investigated that, it turned out she had a really good alibi and was not anywhere near the crime scene during that time.
Detectives use one more piece of evidence to eliminate Betty as a suspect, a tape recording provided by Andrew Madden.
I believe it was upon the advice of law enforcement that they were to record these phone calls, which they had. So law enforcement, they had a sample of the voice of the person who was making these phone calls.
Troy Police Department turned over some of the calls. There was an analysis done between Betty's voice and the calls, and it became pretty clear that that wasn't her.
As investigators strike Betty from the suspect list, a lead comes in from one of Andrew Madden's neighbors.
Apparently, he is an avid scanner listener, monitors police traffic, and he hears, because it's broadcast after the murder, that law enforcement is looking for a white Chevy Lumina.
He says, look, the Chevy Lumina that you're looking for happens to be the type of vehicle driven by Karen Clowers, who's the caretaker of Mr. Madden. So law enforcement, once they had this information, they need to know what's going on with Karen Clowers.
Born in 1957 in Louisiana, Missouri, Karen Dowell had a troubled youth, leading to a teenage pregnancy.
What I heard was she got married because she was pregnant, but then gave the baby up for adoption.
The marriage didn't last, and Karen moved on with her life. By 1980, when another relationship failed to pan out, Karen found herself a single mother of two.
They got a divorce at some point.
While Karen had been unlucky in love, that all changed when she met her next husband, John Clowers.
She was extremely happy with their relationship, their marriage.
Karen thought she was like secure financially, home, that type of stuff. I don't think she was worried about finances or anything. She worked on and off as a waitress, and then she did the home health care stuff.
In early 2002, 45-year-old Karen Clowers started working for Andrew and Ruth Ann Madden. Then, in May of that year, after 17 years of marriage, her husband John suddenly passed away.
To my knowledge, it was natural causes. John provided for them all. So that was a huge loss right there.
Now, 3 months after the death of her husband, investigators wonder if Karen Clowers is connected to another tragic event, the murder of Ruth Ann Madden.
Highway Patrol ends up going out to go to her house and taking the 2 witnesses who viewed the Luna to see if they could identify the vehicle.
We're like, here's this vehicle over here. Does that look like the vehicle that you saw fleeing the crime scene? And they were 100% sure that, like, yeah, that's the vehicle.
Investigators request a search warrant for Karen's house and car, but they will have to wait until morning to conduct a legal search.
Detective Plum and I set up surveillance on Karen's house and vehicle the entire night. While we were waiting, the neighbor of Karen Clowers comes out to us and tells us that she's aware of the white Chevy Lumina being wanted in relationship to this homicide, and then alerts us that Andy frequents Karen's house daily.
She had noted that Andy Madden did come and visit Karen at her home and thought that it was suspicious that he was parking his truck in her garage and then taking his wheelchair to come around to the front door to go in and visit.
We asked, what time was the vehicle there yesterday? And she clearly noted that it had left about 2 and did not return until around 7 p.m.
Investigators note that this time frame fits the time of Ruth Ann's murder, which was around 4 p.m.
The Chevy Lumina was driven by Karen Clowers, and it left at a certain time, and then it returns at a certain time, and it builds that window for her to participate in the crime.
After speaking to Karen's neighbor, detectives call Andrew Madden into the station for an interview that night.
It was asked, hey, do you think Karen may have possibly had something to do with this? And he quickly jumped on it. No way, she's not involved.
When we got in the interview, we told him about that. Karen owned a white Chevy Lumina. He started coming up with a timeline. She could have done this because she was with me to such and such time to such and such time.
His responses in the defense of Karen were much more genuine and much more stern and very, very direct, similar to what you would do defending a family member or a loved one. So we knew something wasn't right there. It wasn't, you don't defend a professional relationship the way that he was defending Karen.
We asked him when he last spoke with his wife, and he quickly said 3:38 p.m., which the detectives actually noted that and go, well, how do you know specifically 3:38? And he had mentioned he had looked at the time on his cell phone.
It seemed like he had manipulated his story and whatever evidence he had to cover for Karen Clowers.
Coming up, investigators put their prime suspect under pressure.
We parked right by where the crime scene was at. We just wanted to see what way this would make her go emotionally.
There's things that your body reacts to that's almost better than a confession.
She's singing like a canary, but it's not about her.
On the morning of August 10th, 2002, less than 24 hours since Ruth Ann Madden was found shot to death in a parking lot near her house, law enforcement executes a search warrant at the home of Karen Clowers.
We kind of got her out of the way of the investigators and off into a bedroom and began to speak with her.
At that point, she acted as if she had no idea whatsoever that she had died.
They said, have you spoken to Andy? And she's like, oh yeah, he did mention that Ruth Ann had been murdered.
No one forgets that you've been told someone has died. No one forgets that.
That's when Karen makes a startling confession.
she never made any bones about the fact that she was in love with Andy and that they were having an affair. It wasn't like that was a big secret.
They were alone all day long. And I guess Karen liked the way Andy was treating her. I know she set her sights on Andy Madden.
While detectives continue the interview with Karen, law enforcement search her house and car and discover potentially incriminating evidence.
In the vehicle of note, they found packages of Durrell cigarettes. And again, Durrell cigarette butts were found on the commuter lot. We suggested that she go back with us to the sheriff's department for a more private interview uninterrupted, and she agreed.
On the way, investigators decide to take a strategic detour.
Marshall and I came to the agreement, like, let's take her back to the crime scene and let's see what happens.
We allowed her out of the car and parked right by where the crime scene was at. And we just wanted to see what way this would make her go emotionally.
As we're walking up towards where the actual crime took place, she just leans over and vomits all over the place. The human body is amazing. There's things that when you're put under stress, there's things that your body reacts to that's almost better than a confession. Marshall and I, we got her calmed down, put her back in the car, and continued on to the sheriff's department. And I remember her saying, like, hey, I'm ready. I'm going to tell you everything.
At the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office, Karen Clowers starts talking.
She's singing like a canary, but it's not about her.
Do you remember having a conversation with anyone concerning Ruth Ann?
John Lewis from Louisiana.
Who is John Lewis to you?
My son-in-law.
What did you talk about?
I was telling him that I was in love with Andy, and I wish there was somebody that I could have all the time. Like Andy and Ruth Ann get a divorce, so I could separate it. And he said he could think of a way to get her out of the picture.
Karen tells investigators that on August 9th, John Lewis showed up unexpectedly.
He picked my car up at Andy's house.
Andy Madden's house?
Yes. Said that he needed to use my car.
About what time was that?
Between 2 and 3.
When John left the house, how long was he gone?
Over an hour or more.
And what did he say to you when he got out of the car?
He's taken care of. He's going to keep my mouth shut. I'll pay for it later on.
So we're initially thinking, like, okay, our guy is John Lewis.
Detectives respond immediately to John's home.
What was noteworthy is how angry John Lewis became once the finger had been pointed at him.
He's like, heck no, that is not how this happened.
Investigators bring John to the station for a formal interview.
Since family money, followed to meet her out there. It was almost basically what she said. She wanted me paying dead. How much money? $5,000. I just took some money and paid some of my bills off. So you let her leave? Yeah, I'll take care of it. Basically.
According to John, he had no intentions of hurting or doing anything to Ruth Ann. He was just figuring, okay, if you're going to give me $5,000, I'm just going to go out and spend it and not really worry about it. Because what are you going to do? Go tell somebody that you gave me $5,000 to murder someone?
I was supposed to be only wanted me to break the house. His house was the only concern. And she was upset. She was lost $5,000. And what she wanted done to get that. So, she kept coming over and wanted it down. I kept telling her no. I said when she called me, another $1,000. I said, yeah, I'll get you out. That's how we ended up here.
John says Karen's plan was to call Ruth Ann Madden, claim she was stranded in the commuter lot, and ask for help.
I understand that John drove a truck, Karen drove the car out to the commuter parking lot, popped the hood. John walked across
and met Karen behind the trunk. There was an old family firearm from her ex-husband.
Karen had John show her exactly how to use this pistol. It's a revolver. He clocks the hammer back, which makes it extremely easy to pull the trigger. Doesn't require any real power to have to pull the trigger. Will go off really quickly. Sets it down in the trunk of the vehicle. At that time, he chickens out, decides, I don't want any part of this.
He told her, I'm not going to do it. I can't do it. I'm not. And Karen's like, wait a minute, you're going to do it. Well, he didn't do it. He gave the gun to Karen. When he saw Ruth Ann pull onto the lot, he ducked down between two parked cars. It's panic time, I'm sure. Couldn't imagine how that felt back there behind that open trunk lid.
And what happened to Karen, she's buzzing around in front like she's doing something. She's got the gun or anything. And then shows up, she gets out of the car, and she proceeds to walk towards Karen. Said, oh, let's find out what's wrong with Karen. Said, yeah, what's up? I'm moving her upside her head.
It's a shocking story, but John isn't done talking.
He said Andy was in on it and agreed to make the phone call to lure her in there. Hey, they are broke down on this commuter lot. Can you come by, see if you can help them? I don't believe at all that Ruth Ann knew that Karen and Andy were developing a romantic relationship. And unfortunately, it was too late when she probably figured that out.
We have to wonder whether or not when he called to tell Ruth Ann to drive out to Karen's vehicle, if he knew or should have known that he was sending her to her death. Certainly, he recognized that whatever he was calling to send her into was not going to turn out well.
Coming up, investigators unravel the details of a twisted conspiracy.
She was instructed to cover the mouthpiece up and talk in a deep and threatening voice.
And the truth behind the tragedy of Ruth Ann Madden's murder becomes even more horrific.
She wasn't going to let anything stop her.
Only one day after the murder of Ruth Ann Madden, investigators have made their first arrest in the case. John Lewis, the son-in-law of Karen Clowers.
They've gotten statements from John Lewis, and he gets charged with murder first, which is the highest possible charge you can possibly give for a homicide.
Now, investigators have their sights set on John's co-conspirators, starting with Ruth Ann's own husband, Andrew Madden.
We interviewed Andy, and at that point, it was clear that Andy was involved, and he was brought down. And I really think Andy's the one that kind of laid out the whole thing.
I called Ruth Ann, and I told her that I had sent Karen to get me a piece of envelope. But her car had broke down, and she was parked in that we would turn off. Sometime after that, Karen called me and told me that they had took care of it. So I thought I was stupid because I could have done something else after that report. I always thought of myself as being a proud, upstanding citizen, and to let myself be mutilated into doing something like this, I don't know what was wrong. But I did love my wife. And in another kind of way, I love Karen.
He talked about initially just how quickly he fell in love with Karen, and Karen fell in love with him, and it was a type of situation you describe as like, well, this was meant to be. This was what you were meant to do. He was willing to go have his wife come to that commuter park lot, knowing that Karen was going to kill him, and that's the sad truth.
Why didn't you stop it? I don't know.
With statements in hand from her lover, Andrew Madden, and her son-in-law, John Lewis, investigators confront Karen Clowers.
Karen eventually confesses to shooting Ruth Ann, although in her story she says that the gun accidentally went off, that she never really meant to kill her.
One piece of evidence seems to contradict her story.
how do we account for the hair in Ruth Ann's hand? I believe that Ruth Ann and Karen met. Karen pulled the gun, and Ruth Ann, probably startled, was like, hey, what's going on? And struggled a little bit with her. And then the gun went off. The only people that know exactly what happened in that respect is John and Karen.
Authorities charge both 45-year-old Karen Clowers and 52-year-old Andrew Madden with first-degree murder.
He called me and he just basically said that I'm going to hear some things about him, and he's embarrassed and he's sorry for everything that I'm about to hear. Myself and those of us who spent a lot of time with Andrew were in total disbelief and shock.
Next, law enforcement issues a search warrant of John Lewis's home, where they run into an unlikely ally, Karen's daughter.
We provided her a copy of the search warrant, which had the affidavit for probable cause. She is reading the probable cause and notes that Karen said her husband's the one that did this. And at that point, she blurts out he had nothing to do with this, and then went on to explain her involvement.
Karen's daughter tells investigators that she was the one who made the harassing phone calls to Ruth Ann Madden, but she claims she didn't know who she was calling at the time.
She admits that her mother, Karen, directed her to make these harassing phone calls from various payphones, and she was instructed to cover the mouthpiece up and talk in a deep and threatening voice.
Karen Clowers was careful to not allow her daughter to see what number she was dialing, but gave her specific instructions as to what to say, how to say it. When she asked her mom, look, what is this all about? Her mother says it was an argument that happened at a bar after work, and, offers this weak explanation for these threatening phone calls.
In November 2003, Andy Madden pleads guilty to second-degree murder.
I think the worst part about it was that her own husband of all those years made the phone call to lure her into her own death.
What he did made no sense. Is he a cold-blooded, heartless killer? No. So I just think that he had a lapse of good, sound judgment and clarity.
It shocks the conscience that people can be that brutal to each other.
John Lewis also agrees to plead guilty to a charge of conspiracy to commit murder.
I think from what we put together, he was probably supposed to be the trigger man, so to speak, and changed his mind.
On December 2nd, 2003, the case against Karen Clowers begins in a Lincoln County courtroom.
Karen says he kept chickening out, and I just had to do it myself. She had it set in her mind that she was going to do it, and it was going to happen no matter what.
All that she cared about, regardless of the ramifications, regardless of the aftermath, all she cared about was her one singular goal, which was to be with Andy.
2 days into her murder trial, Karen Clowers has a change of heart and pleads guilty to Class A felony murder in the second degree.
I think the writing might have been on the wall. She realized that there was nothing that she was going to be able to do to get out of being found guilty.
The murder of Ruth Ann Madden still lingers in the hearts of everyone connected to the case.
It's been almost 20 years since this happened, and I assure you there's still ripple effects that are causing problems in the lives of the people that are left behind.
Karen destroyed so many families and so many lives that I can't even count. My kids are the most important thing to me in my life, and Karen has hurt their life and is still hurting their life today.
The stigma of like, hey, my grandmother or my mom murdered this lady, she masterminded this plan, that follows you around.
Just because somebody is related or knows somebody that is convicted of a murder, that doesn't make them the murderer. If she would have come up to us and approached us for murder, it would have been straight to the police department.
The irony of Ruth Ann dying at the hands of someone that she was trying to help all the way up until her death, it's kind of heartbreaking and heart-wrenching.
John Lewis was sentenced to 15 years for his role in the crime. Andrew Madden is currently serving a 30-year prison sentence in the Missouri Department of Corrections. Karen Flowers was sentenced to life in prison. In 2011, she died in prison at the age of 54. Karen's daughter was never charged in connection to the crime.
In the sweltering Alabama summer, detectives uncover a heinous crime hidden beneath a pile of ashes.
They noticed what appeared to be legs sticking out.
This is just something you hear on TV, but you don't actually think it's going to happen to you.
As investigators sift through evidence, they will expose a dark underbelly in this small southern town.
Are we speculating then that this was some sort of drug issue?
The report indicates there was a high level of methamphetamines in the victim's body.
And at the heart of this twisted tale is a pair of forbidden lovers living life on the edge and willing to risk it all.
Nobody's gonna mess with Bonnie without fire from the candle.
They refused to stop and eventually run off the road.
The vehicle, it crashed into a tree on the side of the road.
The occupants of the vehicle had to be airlifted for life-threatening injuries.
Truth will set you free.
July 5th, 2015, Leeds, Alabama, 6:30 p.m. In this small southern town just outside of Birmingham, there is a mass wilderness locals refer to as the playground.
There are off-road trails and large clearing areas where people will build bonfires. They'll ride motorcycles and ATVs up and down the hills and through the muddy areas and that kind of thing. Folks also go out there to shoot firearms frequently.
But the day after the 4th of July, a couple makes a horrific discovery.
Folks at the playground had been out riding four-wheelers. Mrs. Woodward had stopped at the site while her husband was continuing to ride, and she flags him down. It appeared that maybe a huge bonfire had taken place. And as they were there, they realized there was something in the pit.
The witnesses noticed what appeared to be legs sticking out from underneath the bonfire.
Officers are soon on the scene, including homicide detective Kevin Palmer. After clearing them of any suspicions, the witnesses are released from the scene, and detectives turn their attention to the body.
The victim is laying what appears to be face down on this burn pile, with their arms outstretched.
The main part of the torso was almost completely burned away. You could see bones, you could see where his torso was almost completely gone. There was still what appeared to be skin on his some of his extremities, but it was charred to the point where you could not tell who this was. It brings to mind all kinds of possibilities. Is this, gang related? Is it drug related?
When the coroner arrives to remove the body, investigators make a startling discovery.
We then have to remove the victim from the pile and roll the victim over onto their back. Once this was done, we realized that the victim's chest cavity was completely open. And upon inspection, what I noticed is what appears to be two small bullets. Those two projectiles were collected as possible evidence of the crime of murder.
Investigators know that the first step to solving this crime is identifying the victim.
Once the coroner takes the victim, our job then is sort of a wait and see what happens from the coroner's office. Our attempt is to hopefully get some sort of identification from the coroner.
While they await the coroner's findings, investigators pick through the ashes of the bonfire.
There are shell casings everywhere. There are bullets and bullet fragments all around. This early on in an investigation, it's very difficult when you don't know the context of the crime, which of these things is going to be evidence down the road and which is not.
On July 7, 2015, 2 days after the body was discovered, Detective Palmer and his team received word that the autopsy is complete and the body has been identified through a fingerprint database.
At least one of the hands of the victim was laid outside the fire in such a way that we were able to get fingerprints off the hand.
The identification came back after analysis of the fingerprint to be Anthony Shane Gibson.
I wanted to hit the ground running to find out what happened to Anthony.
Anthony Shane Gibson was born on November 1st, 1994 in Panama City, Florida. Though Anthony's mother left while he was young, his father Christopher made sure his son was well cared for.
We always had a lot of family around. Everybody loved him, treated him good, took care of him. I had a lot of help.
Anthony was a very happy kid growing up. You know, he always had someone he could come to. We're all a very closely knit family.
He wasn't a quiet kid. He loved to get outdoors and play, make good grades in school.
Anthony matured into a popular teenager with a passion for music.
Once he got into guitar, that was kind of more of his focus. He liked playing music. He loved playing in the band, in church.
After high school, Anthony joined the family siding company and took classes online in hopes of one day starting his own business.
Anthony had a very strong work ethic. He'd wake up every morning, go to work. He'd be out the door 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning, and sometimes he wouldn't get in until 4, 5 o'clock in the evening, and then straight in his room doing schoolwork.
While working and studying hard, Anthony found time to play hard as well.
Anthony definitely was, I guess you would call him a ladies' man. All the ladies liked him. He was a gorgeous fella. He had a few girlfriends, you know, just like any teenager would.
Talked a lot about how he liked to get married, have a baby.
With friends and family always around him, it didn't take long for people to notice that Anthony was missing on July 2nd, when a flurry of phone calls go unanswered.
At first, it was just like, okay, well, Anthony's just doing his thing, and he didn't tell nobody. But he never ignores me, so, I'll give him a call, maybe surely he'll answer the phone. I tried to contact him several times with no answer, and that's when I'm starting to say, okay, maybe something is wrong.
He never didn't come home and not call and tell someone why or what happened. Always kept us in the loop.
Now, on July 7th, 2015, 4 days after being reported missing, a fingerprint pulled from a charred body confirms that Anthony Gibson is in fact deceased. The family, however, has yet to be notified as investigators work through the rest of the autopsy report.
The autopsy in this case was relatively limited due to the large amount of burning and removal through the fire of internal organs and those kinds of things.
What the coroner can tell detectives is that the bullets recovered from the victim's chest are not the cause of death.
We realized that those were just bullets that were there from people shooting bottles and whatnot.
Considering the fact that the bullet fragments don't appear to be the cause of Anthony's death, the coroner proposes another theory.
The coroner's report that was provided gives us information that the victim had a broken femur and had severe hemorrhaging around that wound. This indicates to us that this injury could have caused the victim death without medical attention.
And yet another scenario is suggested when the toxicology report comes in.
The report indicates there was a high level of methamphetamine and amphetamines in the victim's body.
It was described to us by the coroner as a fatal dose. We are faced with the possibility of a wound to the leg that could have been fatal if it was not given medical attention, and the possibility of an overdose as well. So we're early on in the investigation, and we, at this point, are unsure if there is even a crime here. It could have been an accident.
If it was, in fact, an accident, then how did this man end up underneath a raging bonfire? Was it possible Anthony died alone? Or did someone fail to report his tragic death for a reason?
At this point, we are just waiting on the next bit of evidence to come in to see where to go next.
Coming up, police question Anthony's friends and family.
This isn't something that he would do on his own by his choice.
And phone records shed light on Anthony's disappearance.
A picture is sent and the promise of having possible sex or sexual relations with him.
While those closest to him fear the worst.
I said, well, something is not right here. I just kind of lost it.
On July 7th, 2015, an autopsy reveals that the charred remains found in a remote area of Leeds, Alabama, are that of 20-year-old Anthony Gibson. Detectives hope speaking to the family will
Miss Kathy Lee and asked her if there's anybody who may want to harm her grandson.
We sit there and we talked about things with Anthony. Sitting there, and it's like I'm really wondering, I mean, where is this going?
Detective Palmer takes care not to reveal Anthony's fate too soon, fearing the reaction may stall efforts to find out what happened to him.
I interviewed Miss Lee and asked her if she had any idea where Anthony may have gone to the night he left her house.
Kathy says that on July 2nd, 2015, Anthony seemed busy as usual, with no signs indicating anything was wrong. And at 8 p.m., he asked to borrow her car, a 1998 white Ford Escort.
He had came into the kitchen and mentioned going to the store to get, something to snack on.
He told me that he would be back in just a little while, and he hugged me, and he left, and that was the last we seen or heard from him.
When Kathy woke up the next morning, she found the driveway empty and Anthony's bed still made.
Waking up the next morning and him not being there ready to go to work was not a normal situation.
I'll check my phone to see if I had a text message from him or if I'd had a phone call or anything from him. And I hadn't. I said, well, something is not right.
Kathy says they tried to file a missing persons report on July 3rd, but the Harpersville Police Department said that Anthony hadn't been missing for long enough.
We have to do something. If the police aren't going to do anything for X amount of hours, then we've got to figure something out.
To investigators' surprise, it seems Anthony's family has already started an investigation of their own.
We just all got out and went around asking questions to people that he knew, making phone calls and, to different people.
We really don't know where he could have been at the time, but we feared the worst just because he wasn't answering anyone.
Anthony's phone was in my name, so we were able to, go on and look at the phone records.
While still unaware of her grandson's death, Kathy tells police that Anthony had been in contact with 2 phone numbers the night of his disappearance. The first call was at 6:30 p.m. to Anthony's ex-girlfriend, Candy Zito.
To the best of my knowledge, I don't believe that they had spoken to each other for, a few years. I believe the original relationship with Anthony and Candy was short-lived.
The second call was at 8 p.m. to Anthony's current girlfriend, Jessica Irwin.
He really liked her. He enjoyed being around her. She made him happy.
Jessica was a great kid, a great girl, very nice, kind, considerate, beautiful.
Kathy explains they first called Candy's number, but Candy claimed she had no idea where Anthony was.
She stated that she had not spoken to him in years and that there's no way that that number had contacted him because she had not spoken to him.
Candy hated to hear what was going on. She hopes that we find him and, that if there's anything that she could do, to let her know, but that she didn't know anything.
The family then called Jessica.
She said Anthony was in fact supposed to meet her the night of his disappearance, but Anthony never arrived.
She did send me a message telling me though that she's willing to do whatever I need her to do in order to help out.
After hearing the details of Anthony's family's investigation, Detective Palmer breaks the tragic news to Kathy.
After speaking with Miss Lee for quite some time and gathering up some more information from her, I was able to, at that point, let her know that we had in fact identified her grandson, Anthony Gibson, as the victim that was located in Reeves. Miss Lee was very upset, dropped to her knees in severe emotional pain.
I just kind of lost it. This is just something you hear on TV, but you don't actually think it's going to happen to you.
With the family notified, detectives put out a bolo for the missing 1998 white Ford Escort that Anthony was last known to be driving. Next, Detective Palmer turns his attention to the person Anthony was supposed to meet before he disappeared, his girlfriend, Jessica Irwin.
Jessica may have very well been involved in Anthony's disappearance. I interviewed her at her place of work, and Jessica tells me that they were supposed to meet at a local Walmart.
Jessica says that she got off work around 11 p.m. and arrived at the Walmart soon afterward, but Anthony never showed.
My recollection of Jessica's demeanor is one that she's obviously concerned and upset that Anthony has not returned any of her messages or phone calls. We were able to clear Jessica as a possible suspect in this case with her work records, verifying that she was at work the night of Anthony's disappearance.
With Jessica crossed off the list, detectives turned their focus to the other woman Anthony had been in contact with on July 2nd, Candy Zito. But before they are able to get in touch with Candy, an anonymous tipster comes forward.
He had information that he believed a person by the name of Wayne Lowry in the Chelsea area of Alabama may have been involved with Anthony's disappearance. There was some rift between the two parties, and that Wayne may have caused harm to Anthony.
At this point, we believe that it's likely that there was a murder of some sort.
Coming up, detectives discover a dark side to this sleepy rural community.
They got records from how long?
Okay, so are we speculating then that this was some sort of drug issue?
But can investigators track down a potential suspect before she disappears for good?
She tells me, oh, you know what that sound is? That's the sound of me throwing this phone out the window. And that was the last time I spoke to her.
On July 9, 2015, detectives investigating the murder of Anthony Gibson receive a break in the case when an anonymous tipster contacts local authorities.
He had some information that he thought would be valuable to the investigation.
They got records from how long? For manufacturing, you name it, they got it.
Okay, so are we speculating then that this was some sort of drug issue?
I don't really know.
So we're thinking at the time that possibly this is a drug-related issue, possibly a drug deal going bad.
In addition to that, we had a large amount of methamphetamine that was in Anthony's system by the time of his death.
The informant tells Detective Palmer that to complicate matters, Lane Lowry is in a relationship with Anthony's ex, Candy Zito.
So Wayne Lowry and Candy Zito are some sort of item together.
What the album cover?
The informant says he had heard rumors that during a fight between Lane and Candy, Anthony had intervened, something he fears may have caused Lane to retaliate.
If Anthony took up for her while Lane Lowry was there, I would not put it past Lane Lowry.
Wayne Lowry was an outstanding criminal in the area, being that a warrant was issued for his arrest for various crimes throughout the jurisdiction. Using that information, I was able to contact a local U.S. Marshal office to help locate him.
Investigators next contact Candy Zito, but her reaction is not what Detective Palmer expects.
I can tell that she's either driving or in a car as a passenger, and she tells me, oh, you know what that sound is? That's the sound of me throwing this phone out the window. And that was the last time I spoke to her. It became apparent that I was probably dealing with someone who had some involvement in Anthony Gibson's murder. And immediately I wanted to attempt to contact her face to face.
As detectives rush to Candy's home, they pull up her social media accounts to get a better sense of the woman who just became one of their prime suspects.
Looking at profiles of Candy Zito, she was living a very extravagant lifestyle. Tons of pictures showing that she was traveling abroad, attending social events, just living the life.
Investigators soon arrive at Candy's last known address.
In hopes of arriving there unannounced, we thought that we might locate Candy at the residence, but in fact, she was not actually at the home, and her brother, Zane, was on site.
Zane Zito, Candy's younger brother, tells police that the house is actually owned by their parents, who are working abroad in the Persian Gulf country of Bahrain. Zane says he's just checking on the house and hasn't been home the last few days.
In speaking with Zane Zito, we learned that Candy has a different lifestyle than she portrays on her social media page.
Candy Zito was born on October 2nd, 1984, into a wealthy Alabama family. While Candy's parents and siblings were high achievers in school and sports, Candy was different.
Candy was a very free spirit. I don't think that she quite had her life figured out as far as what she wanted to do, and because of that, I feel like maybe her parents kind of, looked down on her.
I felt like it brought her into a deep depression because she could not be that star child. She basically turned towards a different path.
In her 20s, Candy married a man named Bo, but the relationship was short-lived.
Candy and Bo were like fire and gasoline, is how Candy described it to me. She said one night they had an argument. I received a phone call from Candy. She was crying, upset. She said she just got kicked out of her house. She had nowhere to go.
With no one else to turn to, Candy moved into a house in Leeds that was well known for partying and drugs.
She lost a lot of weight, which, you can't always describe, a junkie on that, but you could definitely tell the change. She definitely used drugs.
Candy also developed a taste for younger men, including then 16-year-old Anthony Gibson, who would sometimes come by the house for parties.
Candy told me Anthony was very sweet, very kind-hearted, made sure she had food, clothing, whatever she needed, Anthony was right there.
Despite their 10-year age gap, Candy and Anthony briefly dated. But the relationship ran its course when Candy and her parents moved to Bahrain.
Her parents worked in Bahrain in some sort of a communications type capacity.
Candy described her life out there and overseas, basically party central. It was basically nighttime, all the time, party time. No worries. Everything was great.
She was very put together. She was made up, her hair was done. That was the image that was projected.
Candy's brother Zane tells investigators that his sister's elaborate online life was actually built on a lie. Her parents had kicked her out of Bahrain months earlier.
They ended up sending her home by herself because she was causing trouble there for them.
In speaking with Candy's brother Zane, we learned that Candy was not allowed inside the residence at all because of her past behavior and missteps in her adult life. Candy apparently had been sleeping in a tent in the backyard of her parents' residence. However, Zane had no idea where she was, but he advised that as soon as he made contact with his sister, he would tell her to give us a call.
As Detective Palmer concludes his interview with Zane and returns to his vehicle, he notices a section of the driveway that has recently been cleaned.
I noticed it's just the one area of the driveway that's clean, just that one spot. So my deduction is if Anthony was shot at the house, that in an attempt to clean up the blood that was left on the driveway, they used a water hose that was located at the house to wash the blood away.
Now, more than ever, detectives suspect that Candy is involved in Anthony's death, making it even more crucial that they track her down.
At this point, all of our efforts turn towards looking into Candy Zito and her involvement with the disappearance and murder of Anthony Gibson.
All anybody really wanted to do at the time is just get their hands on her.
Coming up, will law enforcement push Candy into a desperate last stand?
The vehicle, it crashed into a tree on the side of the road at a pretty high speed and was fairly well destroyed.
All I heard were sirens, and she said,
On July 10, 2015, detectives in Leeds, Alabama, put out a national BOLO alert for Candy Zito, the prime suspect in the killing of Anthony Gibson. Investigators are still on the hunt for the vehicle Anthony was last known to be driving.
We thought that Anthony Gibson's Ford Escort had been stolen, possibly by Candy Zito.
The next day, hundreds of miles away in Davies County, Indiana, dispatchers receive a 911 call from Candy Zito's grandmother.
Candy's grandmother contacts local police and advises them that Candy is on site. She's looking for money or just a place to stay. Knowing that Candy is being looked for by local law enforcement, she decides not to allow Candy entry into her residence.
But before law enforcement arrives, Candy leaves her grandmother's home in a white Ford Escort.
While en route to the call, officers recognize a vehicle matching the description at a local convenience store. There are two subjects inside the white Ford Escort.
Police try to make a traffic stop, and at that point, the vehicle flees, leading police there on a high-speed chase.
News of the high-speed chase quickly reaches friends and family back in Alabama.
When I turned on the TV and I saw Candy's face all over the news, my first instinct was to pick up my phone and to get in touch with Candy. When Candy called me, my heart stopped. All I heard were sirens, and she said, I don't know what to do, and we lost the call.
Minutes later, Indiana law enforcement catches up to Candy.
They refuse to stop 15 miles during this pursuit and eventually run off the road.
The vehicle, it crashed into a tree on the side of the road at a pretty high speed and was fairly well destroyed. They find in the passenger seat a white female that matches the description of Candy Zito, and a white male was in the driver's seat.
The occupants of the vehicle had to be extricated by using jaws of life, and both subjects inside the car were airlifted for life-threatening injuries.
At the hospital, investigators determined that the driver isn't Lane Lowry, the possible person of interest.
At this point, we were able to determine that Lane Lowry was not involved. We identified this person as Corey Zito, who happens to be Candy's cousin. Corey was wanted in other jurisdictions for various crimes that he committed in those states.
Corey Zito was in dire straits. He remained in the hospital in a coma.
Like her 26-year-old cousin, Candy remains at the hospital and under arrest. While Candy and Corey recover, detectives seize and search Anthony Gibson's totaled car.
Officers were able to determine there was a large amount of blood inside the trunk of this vehicle.
We were able to match that through DNA to Anthony Gibson.
Detectives subpoena Candy and Corey's phone records and confirm that hours before his disappearance, Candy had reached out to Anthony.
They had reconnected, and she had asked him to bring her some food.
According to the text, Anthony had been willing to bring Candy some food as long as he also got something out of the deal.
A picture is sent from Candy to Anthony, and the promise of having possible sex or sexual relations with him.
The cell phone records indicated that he traveled from his home in Harpersville to Candy Zito's parents' address.
Records show that hours after Anthony's phone arrived at Candy's house, Candy's phone was on the move.
Cell phone records reveal that Candy Zito was, in fact, very close to the location of Anthony Gibson's body.
It's clear to detectives that Candy is very much involved in Anthony's death, but they still don't know how Corey fits into the equation.
During the investigation, we were able to obtain a search warrant to go through Candy's cell phone. We found pictures on Candy Zito's SD card that indicated her and her cousin Corey holding what appeared to be an AK-47 style rifle that was all black.
There are other, even more incriminating photos as well.
We discover there are several pictures that possibly implicate that she and her cousin Corey may be involved in a romantic relationship with each other.
In addition to the scandalous photos, investigators asked the medical examiner if Anthony's wounds could be the result of an AK-47, like the one Candy is seen holding.
The medical examiner had informed us that the wound to the leg was consistent with a high-powered rifle.
On July 16, 2015, doctors clear Candy to be released to the Davies County Jail. On August 12th, Detective Palmer arrives in Indiana to put Candy in the hot seat.
She is talking. She says she wants to be helpful.
When Detective Palmer presses Candy on her past romantic relationship with Anthony Gibson, she is taken aback.
So you guys first met, he was around 16.
He was 18. I don't know how old he is.
He was only 20 when he died.
What?
He was only 20.
Well, I've been lying to you about age then, apparently.
Candy says that while they hadn't seen each other in 4 years, they had kept in touch. She claims it wasn't that strange to ask Anthony to bring her food on July 2nd. Candy says Anthony had shown up around 10 p.m., and while she ate her food in the backyard, he did drugs.
I'm eating, he's doing dope, and then I'm back.
Immediately I can tell that there's more behind her eyes than she wants us to believe. She starts to break down.
He was trying to be aggressive towards me, especially rip my pants. I started screaming, and my husband fell.
She said Corey is there on the scene and comes out and confronts Anthony. At that point, she flees into the tent that is in the backyard and alleges to hear a gunshot. She proclaims to not know what happened to Anthony or his body, only that she heard the car crank and leave and then return sometime later that evening.
When Detective Palmer presses Candy on her taboo relationship with her cousin Corey, her response is cryptic.
I know you told me, I know you guys have had more than a cousin relationship. I know this. Okay? But I don't judge you for that. I don't care. I'm just letting you know that I know.
Oh wait, so this baby girl, Candy? Yeah, he's got unbelievable. Because nobody's gonna mess with Bonnie without fight coming handle.
While Candy's story of self-defense may be plausible, it's her explanation of how she and Corey ended up with Anthony's grandmother's car that is far more suspicious.
When he came back to Florida Drive, the white escort, where was Anthony?
I was under the impression he was in the hospital.
Based on my conversation with Candy, it was very doubtful that she was telling the truth.
I'm trying to help. Like, I know you're against me.
I am not against you, I'm not against Ford, I'm against anybody. I have a job with you to find the truth.
All I did is try to assist you.
Well,
because the truth will set you free.
Coming up, a former cellmate reveals Candy's not-so-sweet side.
She doesn't have any remorse whatsoever.
Will Corey Zito have his own story to tell?
If he lives, then she's going to go to prison for the rest of her life.
Investigators believe Alabama cousins 30-year-old Candy and 26-year-old Corey Zito are responsible for the murder of Anthony Gibson, but they need more evidence. And in August of 2015, with Candy in jail and Corey in a coma, they get their wish.
information was received that the inmate at Davies County Jail had spoken to Candy Zito several times about the crime of murder against Anthony Gibson.
Investigators set up an interview with the former cellmate of Candy Zito.
While Candy was in custody in Davies County, she was befriended by one of her cellmates. Ultimately, one night, they were watching an episode of a television program about a lady who had shot her former lover. It struck up a conversation between the two of them.
She flipped up and said something about the gun and the bullet, and I don't know where my bullet went.
The woman says that when she pressed Candy for more details, Candy admitted that she had lured Anthony to her house on July 2nd.
I guess they were going to have sex, but her cousin was there hiding, waiting for the guy to get there so they could rob him.
Is that what she told you?
Yeah.
Okay. So she said they were going to rob him for
the drugs and the money that he had.
According to the woman, Candy said that Anthony usually had drugs on him, and when he arrived, Corey and Candy were waiting.
She relays information to us during the interview that Candy and Corey ambush Anthony once he arrives on scene.
You got the impression that she also was a shooter.
Yes.
The woman says Candy was vague about the details, but she admitted to helping dispose of Anthony's body and covering up the crime.
She doesn't have any remorse whatsoever, and you can tell, like, it doesn't even faze her, like, she doesn't feel that at all.
The woman claims that Candy's only worry is what Corey will say if and when he wakes up from his coma.
But their stories aren't going to match up. So she did mention that she hopes that he doesn't live through this, because if he lives, then she's going to go to prison for the rest of her life.
Even though they were never able to recover a gun tied to the crime, detectives believe they finally know what happened to Anthony on July 2nd, 2015.
After they had shot him here in Chelsea, they stuffed him in the trunk of my mother's car and just drove around with him everywhere, bleeding out all over the place.
We believe that Anthony ultimately died in the trunk of his grandmother's car. Bled to death from a wound that happened because of the robbery. That if they had just provided him medical treatment, he likely would have survived.
On September 16, 2015, detectives received word that after months in a coma, Corey Zito has regained consciousness. When detectives question Corey, it's obvious that the crash has taken its toll.
It becomes evident that he has suffered some sort of brain injury. He's not able to communicate very well, and really has no recollection of anything that may have occurred from July until September.
On March 13, 2016, Corey is found competent to stand trial. Still, prosecutors grapple with making murder charges against the Zito cousins stick.
Due to the fact that evidence showed a high amount of methamphetamine in Anthony's system, and also that there was an injury to his leg, it was unclear exactly what the cause of death to Anthony Gibson was.
There was a very large risk of an outright acquittal from the charges that we had on them. And we had, at this point, already been approached by Candy and Corey's attorneys that both of them wanted as good of a deal as they could get. We talked to the family, and the plea agreement that we came up with was a 20-year sentence to the charge of murder. So by doing that, we guaranteed that they would be off the streets for up to 15 years before their first parole hearing.
Corey and Candy accept the deal. And on September 7th, 2018, they are both sentenced.
I mean, people get 20 years out here just for stealing a car. But you kill somebody, you rob them, you desecrate their body, you steal the car, you do all that. I mean, 20 years, I don't feel like that's even close.
For Candy, Her partying days have been put on hold, and now she has nearly 2 decades to think about what her love of a good time has cost her. And Anthony.
I wish I thought there was some reason behind it other than her selfishness. And she wanted some drugs.
You know, that 20 years, that's not going to bring Anthony back to us. I mean, nothing that they do is going to bring Anthony back to us. But he was 20 years old. He had a long life ahead of him. And a family that loved him dearly. And we'll never get to see him again.
Candy and Corey Zito are serving their 20-year sentences in the Alabama Department of Corrections. They will be eligible for parole in 2030.
They were a charismatic couple that seemed to be on the brink of the perfect life together.
He loved his wife. He was crazy about her.
He was the happiest I've ever seen him.
Until a harrowing discovery shatters their future.
911, will be reporting.
I found a deceased person.
The ankles were still duct taped together, duct tape on each wrist.
Detectives soon have an unexpected suspect in their sight.
She's active in her church, did a lot of work for the community. She helped the people.
And a trove of long-buried family secrets suggests there's more to the murder than meets the eye.
Suspicions about an affair.
Any reason why he would be at your guys' place?
I really don't have any idea. I can't think of a logical thing that makes sense.
He lost control. It just got out of hand. Detectives will soon discover that some family secrets can have deadly consequences.
That's really what did it. That's what pushed her over the edge.
How did you get up to him?
They decided. Why? I just didn't understand.
July 12th, 2012. It's just after 8:30 p.m. in Gig Harbor, Washington. A local couple is walking their dog, Daisy, down a quiet, tree-lined road.
It's kind of a rural street. There's trees and shrubbery kind of along both ends of the marshland off the side of the road. The dog went out in the brush a little bit, and they went to go see. The dog was after her, and that's when they discovered the body.
Just a few feet off the road, they see the body of an African-American male.
911, will be reporting.
I found a deceased person.
They thought initially it was a hit and run.
Okay, and you believe that he may have been hit by a vehicle or something? I'm just speculating because he's laying in a low-lying swamp area.
First responders from the Pierce County Sheriff's Department rushed to the scene.
When I went out into the brush and took a look at the body, the first thing that I saw was that he had white duct tape around his wrists, around his ankles, and face, his nose and eyes area. It was obviously some sort of a homicide. It wasn't hit and run. The patrol deputies already secured the area. I called for our forensics unit.
Pierce County law enforcement begins scouring the roadside for clues.
We located his wallet out in the brush right next to his body. We found some identification in there.
The victim is identified as 33-year-old Leon Baucom.
Once we identified who he was, we were trying to find out whatever information we could get about him, set down some sort of a timeline in relation to how long he had been there.
As investigators peel back the layers to this mystery, they'll unmask a killer that no one in this tiny tourist town could have ever imagined.
Gig Harbor, this is not the kind of place where people expect bad things to happen.
Born in 1978, Leon Baucom grew up in a tight-knit family in the nearby city of Tacoma.
Leah was our first child. His sister was born 15 months later. So they were pretty much raised like twins.
We spent a lot of time together. I mean, every summer we were gone somewhere. We went to camp. We went to Disneyland. We went to, we go swimming, all kind of stuff.
He was very close with his sister Rachel, but his grandmother was his rock. There was a big part of what drove him, was to make her proud.
Not only did Leon have an unyielding drive to succeed, he had the brains to back it up.
He was super intelligent. As soon as he got into something, he wanted to know everything about it, and he did whatever he could to learn it.
He kind of had this presence about him where people kind of just commanded respect.
Leon's confidence served him well in 2001 when 23-year-old Leon began dating 21-year-old Yumiko Roberts.
Miko is a very gorgeous woman, and she just had this magnetic personality. People just want to hang out with her, and she attracted a lot of attention.
Leon was convinced he'd found his soulmate. For Yumiko, a struggling single mother, Leon was just what she was looking for.
Any girl's gonna want to be with a guy that they can feel safe around. I think that's what initially drew her to him.
She was ready to settle down, and he was ready to settle down. She had already had a kid and, just ready to start a family.
He was so proud. He was like he had hit the jackpot, I could just see the look on his face.
As their love for each other grew, Leon quickly took over the role of being second parent to Yumiko's son, a role that Yumiko's mother, Jackie Ray, had been filling for the past year.
You could just tell that Jackie and Yumiko were very, very close.
Jackie did everything for her. She was very protective of her.
Having Jackie by her side was a blessing for Yumiko, whose struggles as a single mother began when she was a teenager.
She went to college in University of Las Vegas. She was there for I think 2 years. Then she got pregnant with her son and came home.
The boyfriend has left her, and this is when Jackie steps in.
Jackie was basically raising that child until Leon got in the picture.
She's very giving. She does a lot for, the people that she loves.
When Yumiko married Leon Bacham in 2008, Jackie supported her daughter every step of the way. By 2012, Yumiko and Leon had 2 more children of their own.
Jackie did a lot of caretaking for the kids. She would babysit the kids a lot. You could tell that she loved her grandkids for sure. She was always around, always giving them what they need.
Jackie's help at home with the kids allowed Yumiko to be a successful working mother.
She wanted to get out of the house, so she started working customer service for a cable company. Yumiko had stayed home with the children, and he had been the sole breadwinner of the family. And so when she was working, they were in a good financial spot.
But on the evening of July 12th, 2012, their picture-perfect family is ripped apart when Leon's body is found off a rural road in Gig Harbor, Washington.
When we found him there, it was obvious that he'd been there for a few hours. My next step was to try to figure out who would want to do this.
A closer look at the body gives detectives more insight into their victim's final moments.
Leon had been shot once. The entrance wound was in the upper back. That led me to believe that he was shot during some sort of a scuffle. Whether this was an intentional gunshot wound certainly wasn't an execution. We knew that he had been dumped because we have drag marks through the brush.
There is little at the scene to indicate where Leon might have been killed or who might have killed him. When it comes to collecting evidence, investigators find themselves grasping at straws.
We found 3 styrofoam packing peanuts here in his body. We found a Dora the Explorer card. We collected all those as evidence. Didn't know if it was just trash alongside the road or it might be related somehow to how Leon ended up here.
As investigators continue to work the scene, a patrol deputy knocks on the front door of the Bachams' residence in nearby Puyallup, Washington. Leon's wife, Yumiko, answers.
She was told by the patrol deputy that Leon had died. I had specifically asked them not to give her any information about how he died.
Coming up, Yumiko unearths some skeletons from the past, which leads detectives to a potential suspect.
She's being secretive with her phone, hiding the messages and stuff like that.
There was quite a bit of conversation leading up to Leon's time of death.
He lost control. It just got out of hand.
On the evening of July 12, 2012, 33-year-old Leon Bachum's body was found along a remote stretch of road in Gig Harbor, Washington. Investigators are now at the scene trying to make sense of Leon's death.
We knew that he had been dumped because the duct tape on his wrists were broken. It appeared to me that whoever had drug him out to the brush had drug him out by holding onto the duct tape around his wrists.
Upon hearing of her husband's death, Yumiko breaks down.
She becomes distraught. She is very upset.
Once she collects herself, Yumiko notifies the rest of her family of her husband's death.
Yumiko called me. She says they found a body and they believe that it's Leon. I said, what? And I immediately hung up the phone and I was bawling my eyes out. My sister tells me they found Leon and he's dead. They found his body, and that's the last thing I remember. I couldn't believe it. I didn't understand what happened. I certainly didn't think murder.
Though it takes Yumiko longer to reach her own mother, Jackie Ray, who is vacationing with her husband, Nathaniel, 200 miles away at a place called Moses Lake.
Jackie's response is, I have got to get home immediately. But there's a storm, and there is no possible way that we can get home.
While stunned family members try to make sense of the unfolding tragedy, Detective Mark Murad arrives at the Bachum's residence just before 3 a.m.
When we went to the house, we sat down with Yumiko. We talked to her about her whereabouts, whether they were having any relationship problems at the time.
Through her tears, Yumiko admits that while she loved Leon, in recent months they'd hit a bit of a rough patch. According to Yumiko, it all started when she went back to work.
She had been home for so long and hadn't been out, and now she's out and she's getting all this attention. She's a beautiful girl. The way she dressed was very provocative, and Leon didn't like it.
Yumiko felt like Leon was a little, she felt like he was controlling.
So apparently Leon installed a tracking app on Yumiko's phone, something that would allow him to see her location on his phone. And he had had that on her phone for some time. Yumiko was aware of it.
Yumiko says she tolerated Leon's jealousy because she was sure it would eventually subside. However, a few weeks back on May 30th, things took a much darker turn.
They were having a discussion, and then just kind of escalated.
It just got out of hand, and he ended up putting his hands on her.
He had allegedly punched her in the eye. She said that she had fractured her eye socket during that incident.
When Miko's mother, Jackie, found out what happened, she immediately notifies police.
When you have a domestic violence problem, the court automatically gives you a temporary no contact order.
Yumiko tells police that she and her husband were trying to put the incident behind them.
We're trying to work on it. We're trying to repair it. Hopefully, we can get this restraining order, lifted. He was staying at the house. Not every day, but he was staying at the house a lot.
Yumiko tells police that Leon had stayed at the house the night of July 10th. The next morning, though, Leon's extreme jealousy returned.
She had dressed up too much to his liking to go to work. There was an argument over how she was dressed, and she ended up just leaving and going to work.
When Yumiko's shift was over, she was still angry from the argument and decided it was time to put some real space between her and Leon.
While Leon was working the night shift, I afforded Yumiko the opportunity to pack some clothes for herself and the kids and leave and go to the hotel that way.
According to Miko, she checked out of the hotel that next morning and returned home with the children. Yumiko tells police that she assumed that Leon had spent the night of July 11th at his grandmother's home in Tacoma.
There were times that he would stay with his grandmother because he had a fear that he might get caught with Amigo at the house in violation of that no contact order.
But there's one detail that's troubling investigators.
When we were talking with her, not once through the entire interview did she ask where we found him or how he died.
It's a detail that certainly raises a red flag for detectives. It may be possible that Miko was lying, because in a murder investigation, you always look at the people closest to the victim. When police visit Leon's grandmother, she tells detectives that Leon was supposed to stay with her the night of the 11th, following the fight with Yumiko.
She told us that Leon had called and said that he was going to spend the night. When she got up in the morning, she saw that Leon wasn't there. His white SUV wasn't out in the parking lot.
However, Leon's grandmother says that when she returned home later that day, his white SUV was in the parking lot, but Leon was still nowhere to be found.
Somebody had to have brought that car back and parked it in the parking lot because he was dead.
The revelation suggests one thing. Leon Bockham probably didn't die at the hands of a stranger. Whoever killed him obviously knows where his grandmother lives. The following morning, investigators reach out to Leon's family, who provide them with even more details about the couple's rocky last few months, including what had truly sparked Leon's rage the day he struck Yumiko in the face.
He had suspected that she was having an affair with somebody at work.
She's being secretive with her phone, text messages at certain hours, hiding the messages and stuff like that.
He got a phone call from someone that worked there and said, Leon, you need to come and check on your wife because something's going on here that's not right. So Leon shows up and talks to the guy. And the guy basically says, I know she's your wife, but I don't care.
According to Leon's family, shortly after that confrontation, he found racy messages from the man on his wife's phone, and that's when he lost it.
That's when he slapped her.
If Amiko is having an affair, that is definitely going to add to the suspicion that she had a hand in her husband's murder.
I had a pretty strong suspicion she was somehow involved.
Coming up, a new observation leads detectives down a different path.
He was found within a mile of her house. That was a huge red flag.
And a new witness comes forward.
We received a call. He wanted to give us information.
She's too upset, so she wants to talk in person.
Less than 48 hours after 33-year-old Leon Bockham's body was found, dumped in a remote corner of Pierce County, Washington, investigators wonder if Leon's troubled marriage to his wife, Yumiko, may have been the catalyst behind the murder.
We had learned later Leon had some suspicions about Amico having an affair.
Yumiko adamantly denies any affair had taken place.
It just kind of escalated and just out of anger, and definitely not a good move, but he did hit her.
When investigators scour the domestic violence report related to the incident, the location on the report immediately piques their interest.
The address that he had been arrested at for the domestic violence was Jackie and Nathaniel's house, his in-laws.
When the investigators look into the proximity of Jackie's residence to where the body is found, then it becomes interesting.
We thought that was a little suspicious that he was found just a mile from their house. At that point, we wanted to talk to everybody that was involved in that domestic violence incident.
Investigators asked Yumiko's mother, Jackie Ray, and her husband, Nathaniel, to come down to the station. They sit down with Jackie first.
We're investigating the death of Leon, and we kind of wanted to talk to you a little bit, help us try to resolve this.
Jackie tells detectives that in the aftermath of Leon's assault on Yumiko, she'd witnessed a side of her son-in-law that she'd never seen before.
It was kind of unreal. I mean, people like a caged animal, back and forth, and yelling and screaming.
She had a whole lot of nice things to say about Leon. I wouldn't be happy if my daughter was involved in a relationship with somebody who was abusive towards her, so that it was completely understandable.
Jackie says her opinions about Leon have been strongly influenced by her past experiences with abuse.
She had Yumiko when she was a teenager. She becomes dependent on a man with a temper. He eventually becomes abusive.
Jackie eventually found the courage to leave Yumiko's father. Once she was on her own, Jackie worked hard to set a good example for her daughter, Yumiko.
She always instilled their grades were number one. Like, always go to school, like, work hard.
In 1993, Jackie went on a blind date with a forester named Nathaniel Ray. The two hit it off immediately.
They're looking for companionship. They're looking for somebody really to connect to. And it happens.
2 years later, Jackie and Nathaniel married. Like Jackie, it was Nathaniel's second trip down the aisle.
When they married, they just combined, and it was one big happy family. Then they had a baby girl.
The baby brought the couple even closer together, and though Jackie and Nathaniel worked long hours to make ends meet, the newly blended family of four seemed to be thriving. Given her own troubled marriage to Yumiko's father years earlier, Jackie pleaded with her daughter to walk away from Leon. Advice Yumiko apparently ignored.
She took him back.
Jackie claims that at first, Leon seemed to embrace his second chance. But over the past few weeks, his behavior had grown erratic again.
It was more the last month or so than ever. But yeah, he needed to be okay, and he was just kind of crazy.
For Jackie, it all came down to one word: control.
He was jealous over nothing.
What about this friend starting all this? Is there a potential threat? Maybe somebody would do something like this?
I don't think so.
Detectives then turned their attention to the location of Leon's body.
Any idea why he was finding where he was? Anybody he knew out there? Any socialized with?
According to Jackie, she and Nathaniel weren't even in town when Leon's body was discovered. They had been camping with friends almost 200 miles away at Moses Lake since July 10th.
That's when Jackie disclosed that she and her husband didn't drive over together to go camping, that she had stayed home. She talked about some errands she had to run.
Jackie tells detectives she planned to leave the morning of the 11th, but once again was delayed.
Yumiko calls Jackie, and she says, Leon and I have had another fight. Jackie is distraught, and she says, that's it. I'm fed up. I'm getting you a hotel room, gather the kids, and get out of there.
Jackie told us that she had driven up to Federway to pay for the room.
Jackie says she spent a second night at home and then drove up on the morning of the 12th to join Nathaniel and their friends at Moses Lake. And that's where she was when Yumiko notified her about Leon's death.
I texted her and said, there's a thunderstorm. I'm going to wait till after.
When investigators interviewed Jackie's husband, Nathaniel Ray, he confirms the timeline of Jackie's statement and seems equally confused about how Leon's body ended up in Gig Harbor.
Any reason why he would be at your guys' place? I really don't have any idea. I can't think of a logical thing that makes sense for him to be out there.
After speaking with Jackie and Nathaniel, investigators informed them that they're free to go. But before detectives can corroborate their statements, they receive word that Leon's autopsy is complete.
I learned that Jackie was actually still in Pierce County during the time frame that Leon had been killed.
The medical examiner estimates that Leon was initially shot sometime between the night of July 11th and early the morning of July 12th.
The fact that she was in town still, the fact that he was found within a mile of her house, that was a huge red flag.
As detectives are poring over the autopsy results, they receive a call that sheds new light on the case.
From Ron Pratt, who's a close friend of Leon's. He wanted to give us information that would be helpful.
According to Ron, he had been on the phone with Leon the night police believe the shooting occurred.
Ron said that he had received a call from Leon on Wednesday and told him that he had been in an argument with Miko.
He's like, yo, like, Miko's gone. She left me. I was like, what happened? He's like, yeah, I don't know. He's like, she's just completely gone.
According to Leon, he hadn't been able to reach Yumiko all day, but that around 10:30 that evening, he received a call from his mother-in-law, Jackie.
Leon had told Ron that he had received a call from Jackie.
Miko, wants to talk, but she's too upset to get on the phone, so she wants to talk in person. So I'm headed out to her house. I'm like, oh.
Because he had that tracking app on Miko's phone, he could verify that she was in fact there. So that's the reason why he did go.
He got to Jackie's house. It's like right before midnight or just after midnight now. I'm like, okay, just give me a call tomorrow because, I'm going to crash. I got to work in the morning. So we got off the phone. That was the last time we talked.
Ron was the person that was able to tell us that Leon, in fact, was going to Jackie's house. And now we have the reason why he was there. And it made sense. After talking with Ron on the phone, I was relatively sure Miko and Jackie were at the house when Leon was killed. But I still had issue with the fact that it would have taken people of a lot bigger stature to be able to load him up into a vehicle, unload him, and actually drag him out into the woods.
Investigators subpoena Yumiko's cell phone records. What they find would seem to verify Ron's story that Yumiko was at her mother's house on the night Leon was killed.
We saw that Yumiko's phone was actually hitting off a cell tower in the north end of the Cape Harbor area, which would put her phone in the area of her parents' house. We'd also learned from the phone records that Yumiko had been communicating with the coworker she was having an affair with. And there was quite a bit of conversation leading up to Leon's time of death. Then it kind of went quiet for a while.
Is it possible that Yumiko's lover provided the manpower mother and daughter needed to move Leon's body?
We did go and talk with Nico's coworker. He did have an alibi that he was at a movie theater in Auburn, which is about an hour and a half away from where Jackie and Nathaniel were. He was out by Checktown.
Yumiko's lover's rock-solid alibi throws a wrench into investigators' theory, but it's not the only one.
We had the conflict of Yumiko saying she was at the hotel in Federal Way, but yet her phone is at her mother's house. I did send a couple detectives up to the Comfort Inn to pull surveillance video and also check for who had registered for that room.
Hotel staff confirmed that Yumiko was in fact at the hotel the night of the shooting. If that's the case, then why was Yumiko's phone at her mother's house when she was at the hotel?
Why would Jackie have Miko's phone? Miko's in a hotel out of the way. Jackie's husband is in a campground. If Jackie committed this crime, how could she have done it by herself?
Was she the one that actually had killed him? I didn't think so. So it kind of raised the question of who did.
Coming up, detectives get a break.
He had just been released from prison, literally weeks prior, pretty violent background.
And some alarming answers follow suit.
He has walked directly into a trap.
They confronted him and he didn't surrender.
It's been nearly 2 weeks since Leon Bachum's murder, and police in Pierce County, Washington are convinced that his mother-in-law, 49-year-old Jackie Ray, is somehow involved.
I had a very strong suspicion. She knew exactly what the story was, but we needed a little bit more time to put things together.
Detectives subpoena Jackie's phone records. As they review her call log line by line, something catches their eye.
We saw that she had been texting with a phone number that we didn't know who that belonged to. She was discussing with this person that Leon was on his way over, asking this person to hurry up and get over there, and that person was responding back saying he was on his way. Our next step was to find out who the subscriber was.
While they wait for the phone company to provide additional info about the number in question, investigators continue their search for additional evidence.
We applied for a search warrant for Jackie and Nathaniel's house, and the following day, we executed a search warrant on the house. We searched the entire house. We didn't find anything really remarkable.
Before they leave, detectives take a look in Jackie's van.
But there was this cardboard box inside. Inside that box were the same popcorn-shaped packing peanuts that we had located by Leon's body. On the floorboard of her car, we also found a handful of Dora the Explorer cards.
While the discovery doesn't prove murder, it does connect Jackie to the crime scene, a fact detectives waste no time imparting to her.
I could tell that she was really nervous. I just kind of threw out at her that we had her text messages, and we had talked with Leon's friend, Ron, and we knew that Leon was there at the house. Jackie startled me at that point. She looked at me and she said, I didn't pull the trigger. So I knew she had involvement at that point. I just needed to figure out who that person was who actually did pull the trigger. We really didn't have enough to arrest her for murder at that point.
Thankfully, the phone company notified them that they've identified the individual Jackie was texting, an ex-con named Louis Barker.
Louis Barker had just been released from prison literally weeks prior to this. We looked into his background. He has a pretty violent background and has had several run-ins with the criminal justice system.
Armed with new evidence, investigators request another sit-down with Jackie. She agrees, but only if the meeting can take place at her attorney's office. Before investigators can question Jackie about her connection to Louis Barker, she starts in on her son-in-law Leon all over again.
It was a constant, almost every single day, she would call me and say, I can't do this, I can't sleep.
Jackie says in the days prior to Leon's murder, Yumiko had begun to fear for her life.
She was scared. She says, what am I going to do, Mom? I can't do this. I'm going to go crazy. He's going to try me.
Jackie says that Yumiko's fears came to a head when Leon allegedly brought up a painful chapter from Yumiko's past.
He was escalating to the point that he had said to her, or brought up the subject of her father.
Your ex-husband?
My ex-husband was somewhat abusive. He was able to get out of that situation. But he had remarried. He had 3 children and was in the midst of a divorce. He shot his wife and then he shot himself. He knew how sensitive she was to that. And she really thought he was crazy enough to do that. I thought he was crazy enough to do that.
Jackie says that's when she decided to reach out to an old friend of hers, Louis Barker.
Jackie and Yumiko were friends with Louis and Louis's wife. They were close enough with each other that they knew that Louis had just recently been released from prison.
He's from the neighborhood. I've heard that he just kind of was always in and out of trouble, you know.
Jackie told us she had contacted Louis Barker and she asked him if he would have Leon killed.
He wanted $10,000.
And did you agree to pay him $10,000?
I said I couldn't get it all at once. And I said, I can get you some, maybe more than half. And he said, that's okay, you can work it out.
Jackie subsequently made a withdrawal from her bank account for $8,000 and made down payment.
Jackie says that on July 11th, she met Yumiko and Yumiko's children at the hotel in Fedway. Jackie paid for the room.
Jackie told us she had taken Amiko's phone while she was at the hotel, brought it back to her house because she knew Leon had placed that tracking app on the phone. Her plan was to call Leon to ask him to come out to the house to talk with Amiko.
I called him eventually and said, do you still want to talk? And he said yes. He specifically asked me, are you going to call the police? And I said, if you're going to stay calm, if you are going to leave, if I asked you to leave, I'm not going to call the police.
She knew that he would use the tracking app to verify whether she was there or not.
The original plan was to get Leon into the house, kidnap him, and take him somewhere else to murder him. Once she was back in Gig Harbor, Jackie texted Lewis to let him know it was time.
She told us when Lewis showed up that there was another male there with him. She didn't know him and she had never met him before.
He was white or maybe a light Spanish. I remember a hat. I remember a gray sweat jacket.
43rd Mark.
The three waited until Leon pulled into Jackie's driveway around 11:30 p.m.
Leon knocked on the door. She opened the door, invited him in. Once he entered in the living room, that's when Leon realized that there were two people there waiting for him.
Leon has realized he has walked directly into a trap.
They confronted him and he didn't surrender. They had a gun and he lunged to fight back.
Jackie tells detectives she was too scared to watch what happened next.
She turned and walked out and went on the back deck.
I heard yelling, scuffling. I eventually heard a shot. I heard Leon say, I'm sorry, I won't bother her anymore. I heard him moan. I don't know how long it went on, but then Lewis comes in and says, I need a plastic bag or something like it so that I don't get any blood in the car and I'm taking your car. And I said, okay. I gave him a tarp. I gave him the keys to my car.
With Leon clinging to life, Jackie, Lewis, and his accomplice used duct tape to bind Leon's wrists and ankles.
She watched as they packaged Leon up into the tarp and loaded him up into her car.
Jackie went back inside to clean up, while Lewis and his partner dumped Leon's body in the marsh less than a mile away. Then, the two men returned to take care of one last detail.
They took Leon's Escalade back to Tacoma and dropped it off. She later withdrew some more money from her bank account to make final payment to him.
Before they conclude the interview, Jackie wants to make sure one thing is clear.
Jackie is adamant Miko knew nothing about this plan.
What finally pushed Jackie over the edge was that domestic violence incident. She had a fear that her daughter would be killed. She didn't see any other way for Miko to get out of this relationship unless he was dead.
Jackie felt helpless, not knowing what to do, helpless for her daughter, didn't know how to help her daughter, scared for her daughter.
Following her confession, we placed her under arrest for murder in the first degree.
Word of Jackie's arrest quickly reaches Leon's friends and family.
Rachel just called out of one day and she's excited on the other side of the phone. And all she's saying is, they got her, they got Jackie.
Coming up, detectives enlist Jackie's help to finish their case. And Jackie's defense team drops a bombshell.
Should have stood up and said, you liar.
Investigators in Gig Harbor, Washington, have just arrested 49-year-old Jackie Ray for the murder of her son-in-law, Leon Botham. In exchange for her cooperation with the investigation into Lewis Barker, Jackie is allowed to plead down to second-degree murder.
We worked out a deal with her and her attorney that she would cooperate in a wiretap and have a conversation with Lewis Barker. Jackie arranged to meet Lewis at a restaurant.
He said this does never haunt you. It's only able to haunt you.
You'll do better in time.
Okay.
Yes.
Lewis told her, just to relax, that everything would be fine.
Can I ask a question? You don't have to answer.
You can.
Why did you leave my home?
I guess.
Lewis replied back to Jackie that wasn't his intention, but he didn't know that Leon was going to put up a fight. That kind of sealed the deal for Lewis.
Lewis's statement is enough for a warrant. On August 10th, he is placed under arrest.
Lewis was compliant for the most part during the arrest. He invoked right away. He wouldn't talk to us. He wanted an attorney. But that was kind of par for the course with somebody with his experience in the criminal justice system.
Moreover, Lewis refuses to identify his accomplice.
The best description we got, he was a white male in his mid-20s. He was about medium build, average height.
At Jackie's sentencing hearing, Leon's family begs the judge to hand down the maximum sentence of 25 years. That despite the alleged assault, he didn't deserve to die the way he did.
What he did was not worthy of him being murdered like a dog.
Next to take the stand is Jackie's daughter, the victim's wife, Yumiko. People are waiting to find out. Is she going to support her mother, or is she going to lash out and say, "You took the father of my children. You took my husband"?
She told the judge that she was so fearful of her life throughout their whole marriage and relationship.
She really was trying to protect myself and my children.
I know that's your mother, but how can you stand there and defend someone that did that to the father of your kids?
Yumiko adamantly stands by her claims of long-term abuse from her husband, but Leon's family believes otherwise.
I should have stood up and said, "You liar," and went to jail for contempt, then allow her to stand in court and say that and get away with it.
Jackie's defense also claims that their client's abusive first marriage is further proof that a lenient sentence is in order.
Jackie says because she was a victim of domestic abuse, that was her defense. Battered wife syndrome.
However, the judge doesn't buy it. Jackie is sentenced to 18 years in prison. Lewis Barker pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. In November of 2013, he was sentenced to 34 years in prison.
Jackie doesn't deserve to be let out because she could have stopped it at any time.
She's older, and so even with that amount of time, her life is pretty much done anyway. I would have liked to see longer, or to where she can't get out at all. With Lewis, I was okay with it.
Leon's family gets some satisfaction in seeing Jackie behind bars, but they must live with the fact that his murder leaves behind a complicated legacy.
He couldn't defend himself. All they could say, just slander his name and drag him through the mud. It was just horrible. It was horrible. Hearing it, it was horrible.
Who's dead today? She was never afraid for herself and her children. She did not live in fear, and her children never did. Leon was a good provider. He was a loving father, a loving husband.
I don't see any justification for what Jackie did. Absolutely none. I've never been able to find any.
The third individual involved in Leon's murder remains unidentified and at large. The investigation is ongoing. Jackie Ray is currently housed in the Washington Correction Center for Women in Gig Harbor, Washington. She speaks regularly with friends and family, including her daughter, Yumiko.
You're listening to this podcast, so I know you've got a curious mind. Here's a helpful fact you might not know yet. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save over $900 on average. Hop over to Progressive.com, answer some questions, and you'll get a quick quote with discounts that are easy to come by. In fact, 99% of their auto customers earn at least one discount. Visit Progressive.com and see if you can enjoy a little cash back. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. National average 12-month savings of $946 by new customers surveyed who saved with Progressive between June 2024 and May 2025. Potential savings will vary.
He was a beloved family man.
who was a hard worker, who provided for his family.
Everywhere we went, he knew somebody.
He loved his family, loved the community. He helped people in a way that just blew me away with love and compassion.
Until a brutal crime changes everything.
The amount of blood in this crime scene was excessive. It was a very violent struggle. It was clear to me that foul play was involved.
As investigators push for answers, they uncover an unbelievable story of excess.
She felt shame for committing this deadly sin of gluttony. It completely consumed her mind.
And at the heart of it all is one person's voracious obsession.
This was someone who clearly couldn't control their impulses.
They had some delusional thinking.
There was a list of cops that she wanted to see dead.
Why would you do that? I can't understand that hate. It has rocked us to our cores with everything that we believe in. They had every intention of killing again. This wasn't going to stop.
June 19th, 2013, Douglasville, Georgia. Around 2 p.m., the Douglas County Sheriff's Office receives a call from one of their own investigators, 37-year-old Mikey Wheeler.
Can you send an ambulance to my mom and daddy's house? I think my dad is dead, and that's close.
Mikey was one of our veteran employees at the Sheriff's Office. A lot of folks at the Sheriff's Office in the community knew of his dad. It was something that kind of took everybody aback from the get-go. It hits close to home.
Moments later, deputies arrive at the home of 66-year-old Jerry Wheeler. They find his son Michael calmly standing outside.
Mikey and his dad were close, and he would go and visit him on a regular basis.
I would stop by the house pretty much every day to eat lunch or just to visit. I knew Dad would come home around 12 to cook himself some lunch.
Michael says as he entered the home, he immediately knew something was wrong.
Walked in the house, seen it was a bunch of blood. The couch was moved, and I started yelling his name, saying, Dad, where you at? And I went through, checked all the bedrooms, went to the back bathroom.
When he couldn't find his father, Jerry, anywhere in the house, Michael says he came back to the living room.
When I was coming back out, I stepped on the rug, and when I stepped on it, I could feel that it was a body.
Michael tells first responders that his father's health was failing, and he believes his dad may have died from natural causes.
He was wrapped up in a rug in the middle of the floor. Michael thought that he had done that perhaps to keep himself warm. He thought because his father had a litany of health issues that he perhaps had an episode of vein had burst in his leg and he had started bleeding.
His vein would just pop on the back of his leg. He went to the hospital for it. He was seeking treatment for it. I was thinking that his, the blood loss, he was getting cold, weak. I thought he might roll up into the rug to warm up.
When deputies enter the living room, they are immediately taken aback by the scene.
There was blood on the walls and on the floor. We had blood on the fireplace and on some other items that was scattered through the house. From my experience, a natural death doesn't leave that amount of blood.
Despite Michael's claims that his father may have died from natural causes, first responders are adamant this was foul play.
Basically, my dad never had an enemy. Got along with everybody.
Jerry grew up around Ben Hill, Georgia. We married in '70.
and Michelle was born in 72, and then Michael 4 years later, almost to the day. He was a good husband.
Jerry was loved his family, loved the community. He helped people in a way that just blew me away with love and compassion.
He was loving, he was direct, and he was genuine.
Jerry was the most laid-back guy I've ever met. I mean, nothing upset him. He was easy to get along with. Good sense of humor.
Jerry worked as a mechanic for a number of companies. He was really successful, and he even opened up his own business.
He could do anything with a car. He always worked. He was a hard worker.
My dad worked long nights, but he always came in. When he left in the mornings, he came in and gave us the kids, before he left.
He worked hours upon hours. He'd get up 9, 10 o'clock, and he wouldn't get home until 9 or 10 o'clock. So he loved it.
Even though Jerry spent a lot of time at the garage, his family always remained his first priority.
The main thing, in his life was going to see the grandkids, doing things with the family.
He's very loving. He's very caring. He just took care of everybody around him. I was his little princess, and he loved us more than anything.
In 2013, Jerry was diagnosed with venous reflux, a disorder where blood flow is disrupted and pools in the veins of the lower extremities.
The first time it happened, he was rebuilding a transmission at the shop and looked down and he was standing in a puddle of blood. His veins would just pop on the back of his leg.
Jerry's diagnosis had left him considering surgery, though he wasn't about to let it slow him down.
He would shut the doors on the shop anytime to go out to eat with my mother or to go play golf. But he was loving life.
But now, it seems Jerry's been robbed of his chance to enjoy his golden years.
You got a bloody floor and bloody walls, and you got the victim there that was covered in blood. It was clear to me that foul play was involved. I saw a couch that was broken into 2 sections. Some of the cushions had been tossed about. What I thought was that there was a confrontation in the living room where Mr. Wheeler tried to defend himself. It looked like there was a pretty big fight in there.
Next to the couch, detectives find Jerry rolled up in the rug. As they unroll the carpet, they are stunned by what they find.
He had a lot of stab wounds and cut marks on him. It was clear to me this was a pretty brutal type of killing.
Why would someone want to violently kill this beloved mechanic and family man?
He was very well liked, just a good person, and for him to have been murdered like that was devastating to us at the sheriff's office.
Coming up, police must investigate one of their own.
Have you and your dad ever had problems to the point where he didn't speak or became slurred?
A large percentage of the time, these domestic violence killings, obviously, within family.
And clues at the crime scene indicate a vicious struggle.
It did look like Gary was fighting for his life.
On June 19, 2013, deputies in Douglas County, Georgia are investigating the brutal murder of 66-year-old Jerry Wheeler after his body was found by his son, Michael.
The victim's son is actually employed with the sheriff's office, so it was something that hits close to home.
Examining Jerry's body, detectives discovered details of his final moments.
Mr. Wheeler had been wrapped up or rolled up in carpet, and it looked like that he had stab wounds. This was a pretty violent scene. That was probably one of the bloodiest crime scenes I've ever worked. He had stab wounds on his chest, neck, and legs. He had some cuts on his left hand, like it was some type of defensive wound from the attack.
He suffered, I believe, approximately 15 to 16 stab wounds total, potentially a head wound. There was a vase with blood, and at some point during the struggle, we believe he was struck with the vase. And so it did look like Jerry was fighting for his life.
Based off the excessive number of stab wounds, detectives theorize about the type of person they might be looking for.
I was looking for a big man because Mr. Wheeler was a pretty good sized man. He could handle himself. Mr. Wheeler had somebody that was of some size and of some strength to be able to put up a struggle and a fight, to be able to subdue him and to be able to stab him that number of times.
They also conclude that the killer knew enough about the home to try and conceal their identity.
There was blood in a number of places, down the hall, in the bathroom, which appeared that there had been some sort of cleaning up afterwards.
On a wall nearby the victim, there was a glove palm impression. And on top of the electric fireplace was another gloved impression. I couldn't tell what type of glove it was, but the impression would make it look like it was a fabric.
The fact that the killer had worn gloves means finding a fingerprint is unlikely. But as investigators continue to examine the crime scene, they find something almost as useful.
Within the scene, there were footprints on the floor of the living room, and so it appeared that after the homicide, whoever did it had stepped in Jerry's blood and left prints.
We knew that this could be a big potential piece of evidence, especially if it was a bare foot, because a foot impression is just as identifiable as a fingerprint.
While CSIs collect the bloody footprints, detectives check the rest of the house for evidence. Based on what they find, investigators surmise that Jerry had most likely been attacked the night before while he was in the middle of making dinner.
There was a pot of what looked like maybe turnip greens. The stove eye was still on, and the material in it had completely cooked and almost caught fire.
Police find no evidence of forced entry, and nothing seems to be missing from inside the home. But outside the house, an officer discovers a strange clue.
Ultimately, one of the things that was found was the key to a car found hanging in a tree branch above or right there in the vicinity of where Mr. Wheeler's vehicle was.
And inside the vehicle, police find more unnerving evidence.
There was blood in the victim Jerry's car outside. There was blood on the steering column, consistent with somebody trying to start the vehicle. Our estimation is whoever committed the murder had come out, tried to start the car, couldn't start it, so threw the keys in the tree and left some on the way.
Is it possible Jerry had been killed during an attempt to steal his car? While police can't be certain, it's a theory they consider.
Oftentimes you'll have people that need a vehicle for one reason or another, and if they have to kill somebody to get it, some people are willing to do that.
We began to canvass the neighborhood, but we began to knock on doors, and we're starting to ask people if they've seen anything, heard anything, seen anything that's strange.
No one recalls seeing anyone trying to steal Jerry's car, but one neighbor says she saw a large woman walking down the street away from Jerry's home at 10:30 p.m. on the night he had been killed.
The woman that was seen walking up the road was very noticeable due to her size. She was the worth of 400 pounds, so she was not an average sized woman.
The neighbor points them in the direction where this woman lives, and it turns out it's right next to Jerry's house.
Investigators made contact with her. She indicated she didn't know anything about what had transpired.
She gave us her name as Breeze School, and that she gets out and to try and lose weight or to exercise, she would get out and walk the neighborhood.
Tabriz tells officers that she's embarrassed by her size and prefers to exercise at night when no one's watching.
Some of the neighbors were able to verify that they have seen her out walking in the neighborhood.
Confident that Tabriz had just been exercising on the night she was seen walking, detectives are able to quickly eliminate her as a person of interest. Next, investigators turn their attention to those closest to Jerry, starting with his wife, Jean.
My grandmother was gone to Florida with her sisters
for vacation. This was the first time that she's ever been on vacation without my grandfather. My sisters and I had gone to Florida, and my sister's cell phone rang, and she answered it. A few minutes later, she came back and she said, "I've got to go." And we said, "Well, what's wrong?" She said, "I've got to go, and I've got to go now." And I knew then that something had happened. I don't know what they said. The next few days was just a blur. I don't remember everything that happened.
With his wife ruled out as a possible suspect, detectives turned their attention to Jerry's son, Michael.
Mikey couldn't be eliminated, and that was difficult to deal with. I mean, you've got to be impartial to these investigations.
When investigators sit down with Michael, he says that when he found his father covered in blood, foul play never crossed his mind.
When I was coming back out, I stepped on the rug right there, and I guess right in here. I think I felt it. I said, "Oh shit!" And I looked down and seen his head. And then that's when I said, and I could tell, he's dead.
And so you're not thinking anything suspicious at this time?
Not suspicious, no.
Michael admits he has no solid alibi and says he was home alone the night his father was killed.
Have you and your dad ever had problems to the point where you didn't speak or became close or anything like that? I'll just be straight. We've got to decide who to concentrate on and who not to concentrate on. And you know yourself, being a law enforcement for a very long time, what are one of the first people that someone looks at when something like that happens? And that's the people closest to them. That's just normal first objective.
While having this conversation, detectives realized he was lacking emotion.
You can't dictate across the board how people are going to act and react to these kinds of situations. But some might say his reaction was such that maybe looks suspicious.
You know, if your parents had to cross with anybody in the neighborhood and squabble, issues.
Michael says there is one house in the neighborhood that falls under that category. A halfway house for troubled teen boys that's located down the street from his parents' address.
Over the years, kids with violent tendencies committing crimes, these were kids that were committed by the state to these locations. Those are troubled kids. They've been in and out of the judicial system.
Michael tells detectives that over the years, his father had multiple run-ins with different boys staying at the halfway house.
I know they took my sister's car years ago, stole their car for a little joyride.
You're talking about some of the kids next door?
Yeah.
The news of a previous car theft catches detectives' attention, especially since it appears that whoever killed Jerry had also attempted to steal his car. But that's not all.
There was one time when I was downstairs and one of them opened the door. I don't know why he opened the back door and came in, but when he saw me, he left.
Could Jerry have been killed by one of the troubled teenagers next door? Or is Michael only bringing them up to deflect attention away from himself?
He definitely wasn't ruled out as a suspect. It was just, let's figure it out.
Detectives release Michael for now and turn their attention to the halfway house for troubled boys.
They tried to ascertain whether anybody there could have potentially been the perpetrator.
Coming up, had a night of teenage mischief turned to murder.
Did one of them get upset? Did things escalate?
We didn't know what kind of offender we had out there.
And the secret obsession is unveiled.
This was someone who clearly couldn't control their impulses.